yung ilang buwan lamang. And yung paghahanda ng maaga is now. Ngayon yan. We must act now. And so, I hope I've been able to give you a sense of what we must do, ano ang urgent task para maipatuwid na natin, mailagay na natin sa tama ang kasaysayan, para sa kasaysayan ng ating lipunan. Ilagay na natin sa tama ang mga dapat manungkulan para maging progresibo na ang bansa. I understand there's going to be an open forum, so I am now ready to answer a number of questions from you. Thank you very much. Maray na hapon sa Indogabos.
Thank you so much. That's Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Ayan. So, for our open forum, may I call on Mr. Howard Lucky as our moderator for this segment.
All right, so just a reminder to our participants, you may ask your questions to Senator Kiko, or our organizers has already collected some of the written questions that will be asked to our guest of honor.
Hello, meron ba dyan? Meron dyan. So, again, first, I'd like to say, guys, hindi nyo kasi alam, si Senator Kiko, he had a jam-packed schedule supposedly today. But when we invited him for this, he had to move around schedules just to accommodate us. So please, bigyan naman natin siya ng palakpakan. And I believe lahat din, si Senator Bam and si Sen Laila also did the same. Kasi, in fact, Senator Kiko nga will just fly out mamaya. So, Sen, first, thank you po. Welcome to Bicol University. Welcome back to Bicol. This is your home.
Thank you.
Na-feel mo po ba na home mo yung Bicol?
Salamat, Howard, and to everyone.
Yes.
You know, nung nakarang halalan, panalo ako dito.
For sure!
Kaya
Vice-Presidente niyo ba si Sen Kiko noon? Oh, hanggang ngayon.
maraming salamat sa Diyos Mabalos. Nanalo ako rito. Talagang ang mga Bicolano, pinaka-intelligent voters.
Yes, agree po. And I can categorically say this again, Senator. Papapanalunin ka ulit namin dito sa... Di ba? Okay. So, ayun. First, Sen, thank you again for coming back. Gusto lang po namin, how do you make sense of... I mean, you're not a sitting senator now. How do you make sense of everything that's happening in the country? Ano yung nafe-feel mo? And anong gusto mong gawin?
Well, I am very sad to the nation. Nalulungkot ako sa mga nangyayari. I'm very sad. In fact, in exasperation, sometimes I say, I grieve and weep for our nation. But those tears, sabi nga, we have to wipe away those tears. Because our children deserve better. Your generation of Filipino youth deserve better. And I realized, like Bam, and I understand, even Senator Laila, we happen to be in the position to do something about it. And that's why we have decided to run. So that we can, instead of weep for our nation, we will wipe away the tears and turn those tears and the grief and the weeping into courage to do things and make things right.
Thank you, Senator. Grabe. Whenever you speak, talagang damdam namin yung conviction. Pero, Senator, just being a devil's advocate, you think, kasi dalawa lang po kayo ni Senator Bam na alam namin na champions namin who are running now. But still, the Senate is a numbers game. You think you or the two of you can make change in that chamber right now, full of incompetents? Except Senator Risa, of course.
Well, I think precisely, nakita ng taong bayan yan eh. Nakikita nila yan. Nakikita nila, napapanood nila sa hearing. Walang filters yun, walang disinformation. Kitang-kita nila. I believe our people are capable of making informed decisions and choices. And that's why Bam and I are running so that our people will have that choice, number one. And number two, we are both running precisely because we believe yung last campaign noong 2022, hindi pa tayo tapos. Kumbaga sa pagsasaka, na ako'y nagsasaka ng 12 taon na, nagpunla tayo. We were sowing the seeds. At darating, matapos ang pagpupunla, alam ng nagsasaka yan, may panahon para magpunla, may panahon para anihan. And darating ang panahon ng anihan. And we believe 2025 is a golden opportunity for what we started out in 2022 to have the fruition and then proceed to 2028. So I trust that our people will come out. In fact, the science and the data shows that. From the time that before we filed our candidacy up to November, December, BAM and I received additional anywhere between nearly double-digit voting for. Why? Nung nalaman ng tao na BAM and I are running, we both precisely gained an additional double-digit votes plus. Sabi nila, ito. And I believe galing yan dun sa pinunla natin. Pero marami pang hindi nakakaalam na kami ay kandidato. Nung isang araw, security guard na araw-araw hindi naman araw-araw, once or twice a month, nakikita ko siya dun sa grocery, sa supermarket. So kilala niya ako. Sinabi niya sa akin, ano ba ang plano natin? Kayo ba ay kandidato? Sabi ko, every week nagkikita tayo eh. Hindi mo pa alam na kandidato ko. So pinaliwanag ko sa kanya. Si Bam din, ganun. Meron daw lumapit sa kanya. Sabi niya, Senator, sana tumakbo kayo. Dapat tumakbo kayo. Ba't di? Dahil kita mo naman, Senado. Sabi ni Senator, tatakbo nga ako. So marami pang hindi nakakaalam na kandidato kami. Please, di ba? Itag nyo kami sa mga pictures ninyo, itag nyo i-share ninyo yung aming mga material. Ipaalam natin na kami ni BAM ay kumakandidato at nakakatiyak ako, marami ron. Ganun ba? Ay, boboto natin yan. In fact, ganun lagi ang response sa amin. Tatakbo pa kayo? Sige. Very good. Ganun ang response. So marami pang hindi nakakaalam, please, i-marites nyo na kandidato kami ni Senator Bam.
Ayan, so kaya tayo nandito, tulungan natin na mas ma-raise ang awareness para sa kanila. Sir, may mga questions po tayo from the audience. Bukod sa goal na pagpababa ng presyo ng mga bilihin and ensuring that every family have food to eat, ano pa pong ibang mga issues ang pagtutuunan mo ng pansin?
Well, alam mo, basic ang pagkain eh. Food is like air and water. Without it, we cannot survive. And that's why we must fight for food security. It is a right. In fact, sa Millennium Development Goals, number 1, di ba, is to poverty and food. Now, 1 and 2. So, kailangan natin ipaglaban yan. And sabi ko nga, and this is very quickly, kasi marami nagsasabi wala tayong nagawa. Dahil yun yung paninira na paulit-ulit ginawa sa atin. Pakisabi sa kanila, sagutin ninyo. Si Senator Kiko, nung Food Security Secretary, hinabol ang mga hoarder, hinabol ang mga korap sa Department of Agriculture, sinampahan ng kaso, nagkumpiska ng kalahating milyong tonelada, kalahating bilyong pisong halaga ng bigas na smuggled at hinohoard. Matapos ang isang taon, napababa ang presyo ng bigas ng hanggang 3 piso kada kilo, napababa ang inflation. Ang inflation after 1 year under my watch was the lowest in 20 years because of good governance. Hindi tayo pumayag sa mga nagsasamantala. Tinigil natin yung overpriced na pagbili ng bigas ng gobyerno. Nakatipid tayo ng 7 billion sa isang taon. Good governance can actually bring down rice prices and give better quality of life for our people.
Thank you very much, Senator. Last two questions po. In your perspective, what truly defines unity? What? Truly defines unity, pang Miss Universe. What is unity?
Parang Miss Universe question yan ah. Well, I don't have to define it. I will just have to point to Vice President Lenny and myself. And Bam. And Laila. And Chel Jokno. Magkasama kami lahat noon, magkasama pa rin kami lahat ngayon dahil nagkakaisa kami.
Tama.
Dahil ang pagkakaisa namin nakatuon sa prinsipyo. Ang pagkakaisa namin hindi sa sariling interes. Ang pagkakaisa namin ay dahil nais natin ayusin ang mga bulok na sistema na hinaharap natin ngayon.
In other words, tayo ang unity. So last question, Senator, kasi si Sen Bam na yung next. Since Bicol University is one of the institutions that strives for good governance, what specific advice can you give to those students who plan to run in position, siguro student council, given the fact that you were in their position before, you were in their shoes?
Dapat lang. Former student council president sa UP. Former student council sa Iriga, si Senator Laila. Former student council president sa Ateneo, si Bam. Former student council president sa UP Diliman, si Shelo Magno. So lahat kami former student leaders. Saan kami natuto ng aming paninindigan at pagkilos? Sa pamantasan, sa pagiging student leaders. So yung mga tatakbo, dapat lang get involved. Use this opportunity to lead your community because sooner or later, you will be the future Bam Aquino, the future Laila de Lima, the future Shelo Magno, and the future Kiko Pangilinan. So, gawin ninyo. Get involved. Hanggang ngayon, gamit-gamit ko pa ang mga natutunan kong mga leadership skills, leadership ability, organizing skills. Hanggang ngayon, gamit ko yan mula nung natutunan ko bilang student leader. So good luck to you and congratulations for offering yourself to become student leaders. Thank you.
Sir, your last message to the audience and to those everyone tuning in.
When I became active as a student leader, it was the time of the Marcos regime. Pinatay si Ninoy Aquino, hindi pa nakakaapak sa tarmac. Walang awang pinatay. Actually, pinakasikat, buong mundo nalaman yung ganong EJK. EJK yun eh. At dahil doon namulat ako. At dumating sa panahon na sinabi ko, hindi tama itong mga pangyayari sa bansa. Hindi tama ang pang-aabuso sa pwesto. Hindi tama ang walang awang pagpatay ng mga oposisyon. Hindi tama ang kinukulong ang walang kasalanan. Kaya tumaya ako bilang student leader. Nagmarcha, nagprotesta. Kayo, nakikita ninyo ang problema sa bansa. Nakikita ninyo ang corruption. Nakikita ninyo ang pang-aabuso sa pwesto, ang kawalang hiyan at pagiging sugapa. Anong gagawin ninyo? Darating ang araw, lahat tayo huhusgahan ng kasaysayan. We will all be judged by history. And pagdating ng araw, magkakaroon kayo ng mga anak. Sabi ko noon, aktivista pa ako sa UP. Dadating ang araw, magkakaanak ako. Kiko Jr. ang pangalan niya. Magbabasa siya ng history. Makikita niya yung walang awang pagpatay kay Ninoy Aquino. Bagsak ang ekonomiya, naghihirap ang taong bayan. At dadating ang araw, pag nabasa niya lahat yun, pupunta siya sa akin, sasabihin niya, tatay, nung panahon na may problema ang bansang matindi, anong ginagawa mo? Kayo rin, darating ang araw, tatanungin sa inyo yun. Anong magiging sagot nyo? Sana ang magiging sagot nyo, nung panahon na kinakailangan tumaya, kumilos, manindigan, kumilos kami, nanindigan kami, tumaya kami. kaya naman maganda na ang Pilipinas. Pag tinanong sa iyo yan in 20, 15 years, dahil nung panahon na kinakailangan tumindig, tumaya at kumilos, kumilos kaming lahat. Sama-sama na tayong kumilos at baguhin ang ating republika. Magandang hapon sa kanilang lahat.
Thank you
Maraming
very
salamat.
much, Senator Kiko Pangilinan. We're so honored with your presence.
There you go once again, Senator Kiko Pangilinan. Tama nga naman, oh. Eto na ang tamang oras para tayo ay tumindig at lumaban at kumilos para sa ating mahal na Pilipinas.
Yes, kaya naman, ladies and gentlemen, let us now award a certificate of appreciation to Senator Kiko Pangilinan. Citation reads, Certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Senator Kiko Pangilinan for giving their invaluable time and expertise as one of our guests of honors during the symposium entitled What's Up Pinas, a National Situationer in the 2025 elections, given this 14th day of January 2025 at the Bulwagang Biueño, Bicol University, Legazpi City, signed by Howard Tuanqui, the founder and head writer of Writers PH, and the chairperson and student region of Bicol University, University Student Council, Stacy Daniel V. Alamares. May I call on Ms. Stacy Daniel V. Alamares to please join us here in our stage. Once again, a big round of applause to Senator Kiko Pangilinan. I believe, Miss Francia, everyone is now excited for our second guest of honor for this afternoon, Ate Francia.
That is correct. Una pa lang yun, ah. Una pa lang yun, ah. Pero marami na tayo agad na insights that we gathered. And there is more to come and more to hear and to listen to tonight as we get to know our next guest of honor. Sabay-sabay nating alamin lahat what's up and let's get to know sino si Bam. And now, to introduce our second guest of honor, we would like to call in the chairperson and student regent of the Bicol University, University Student Council, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Stacy Daniel Alamares.
As the representative of the student sector, it is an honor to introduce our next guest speaker. He is a former youth leader, television host, gamer, multi-awarded social entrepreneur who started his career in public service as chairperson and chief executive officer of the National Youth Commission. He eventually became the youngest elected senator of the Republic of the Philippines in 2013. He graduated as class valedictorian and summa cum laude with a degree in Bachelor of Science in Management Engineering from Ateneo de Manila University. He also attended the Executive Education Program on Public Policy and Leadership at the Kennedy School of Government of the Harvard University. Also known as the Ama ng Libreng Kolehiyo, as he was the principal sponsor of the landmark legislation Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, which made college and all state universities free for millions of Filipino students, including the 26,500 BUenos this year. At isa na po ako doon. In 2022, he led the historic presidential campaign of then Vice President Leni Robredo as campaign manager. In 2023, he was chosen as one of the World Fellows for the Maurice Greenberg World Fellows Program at Yale University. At present, he is the founder and elected chairperson of the country's newest political party for young and fresh leaders, KNP, or Katipunan ng Nagkakaisang Pilipino, and the chairperson of Kaya Natin, a nationwide non-profit that supports the capacity building of local government leaders. Ang kampyon ng mga kabataan, ang ama ng libreng kolehiyo, at ang kanyang susunod na misyon, siguradong trabaho. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, let us all welcome Senator Bam Aquino.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stacy Daniel Alamares, to be USC Chairperson and Student Regent. And now that we got to know our next guest of honor, alamin natin ngayon, bakit si Bam?
Alright. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Magandang hapon, Bicol University! Natutuwa po akong nandito ngayong araw na to. Dito po sa salita kasi gusto ko mas malapit po sa inyo. Unang-una, maraming salamat sa mga nag-imbita po sa akin. Palakpakan po natin yung ating organizers. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Palakpakan din po natin. Unahin po natin siyempre ang aking kapartner. Umalis na ba? Nandito pa rin. Mga kaibigan, ang inyo pong Vice President at ibabalik po natin sa Senado, Senator Kiko Pangilinan. Isa pong Bicolanang napakatapang. Naku po, isa pong tao na tuwang-tuwa po ko, nakasama ko in person po ngayon. Palakpakan po natin, isa pang Pride of Bicol, Senator Laila De Lima. Gusto ko rin pong batiin, naku, isa pang Pride of Bicol na Bicolana. Palakpakan po natin ang napakagaling, napakaganda, Mayor Crisel Lagman. Mga kaibigan, I also want to greet a couple of other friends here. Si Father Rex. Hi, Father Rex. Si Father Rex po, matagal na rin po nating kasama. At ngayon po, siya na po ang head ng isa sa pinakamagagaling na microfinance institution sa buong Pilipinas, ang SEDP. At matagal ko rin po na katrabaho ang SEDP sa aking pong pagiging senador. Palakpakan po natin si Father Rex. Isa pong original. Naku po, kasama ko po siya from 2009 sa campaign pa lang po ni Pinoy. Palakpakan po natin Dr. Ophel C. Isa pong mabuting kaibigan, former mayor from Samasa Alumni. Palakpakan po natin Mr. Tope Flores. Ang aming pong super volunteer, napakasipag po, Mr. Howard Chuangki. Palakpakan rin po natin si Mr. James Indaya, kasama po natin ngayon. Si Professor Shelo Magno, kasama po natin ngayon. And of course, maraming salamat sa nag-introduce po sa akin ang inyo pong presidente dito, si Stacy Thank you so much, Stacy. Nasaan si Stacy? Nawala. Ayun, yun pala si Stacy. Palakpakan naman natin ang presidente po ninyo. So mga kaibigan, I'm very happy to be here speaking to all of you. Masayang-masaya po ako na ikwento ito pong nangyayari po dito po sa ating bansa. At ikwento rin kung paano po nabuo ang isang batas na alam kong mahalagang mahalaga sa inyo, ang batas para sa libreng kolehiyo. Okay po yon? Okay. So unang-una po, pag tinatanong ako, Sen, sa tingin mo, ano ba yung top 3 na problema sa ating bansa? Ano ba yung 3 pinakapangunahing problema? Lagi ko pong sinasabi, meron tayong short term, meron tayong longer term, at meron tayong existential problem. Pagdating po sa short term, ano po yan? Lahat ng survey, lahat ng kinakausap po namin, I'm sure pati po kayo, pati ang magulang ninyo, kapag tinanong ano yung pangunahing problema, ang sasabihin, kataasan ng presyo ng bilihin. Si Senator Kiko po, ito yung kanyang focus, pagbaba ng presyo ng pagkain, pagbaba ng presyo ng bilihin. Ngayon po, alam natin na ito ang pinakamahalaga sa mga pamilya po natin. Tama po? Tama. Bilang mga estudyante, alam ko po, yung inyong pamasahe, yung inyong baon, yung inyong pangmatrikula, yung inyong panglimbro, hindi ho ba kapos na? Tapos na. Mamaya, pag-uusapan po natin yung mga allowance mula sa gobyerno. Pero alam po nating lahat, ito pong kataas ng presyo, ito talaga yung pinakapangunahing. Nabanggit po ni Senator Kiko kanina, 63% ng mga Pilipino self-rated poverty. Ibig sabihin, 63% po ng ating mga kababayan, hirap na hirap na. Ito po ang highest in 21 years. Correct, Prof, no? 21 years. Highest po ito. Sipin niyo po, sa loob ng 2 dekada, ngayon po ito, sinasabi ng mga Pilipino, pinakamataas ng porsyento ng mga pamilyang Pilipino. Kaya kung tatanungin po ako, ito po dapat ang binibigyan natin ng pansin kaagad. Ito po yung number 1 na dapat pinoproblema po ng ating gobyerno. Pero ano po ang pinoproblema ng gobyerno ngayon? Ano? Ano ang inuuna ng ating gobyerno ngayon? Ano? Tingin ninyo? Ano po? Paano kumita? Ano? Away? Away ba? Ano bang unang pinoproblema? Kung ano-ano po mga inuuna. Pero itong issue na ito po yung hinahanap ng mas maraming tao. Short term. Ito yung pangangailangan ngayon. Ano yung long term? Yung long term po na problema, malapit na malapit po sa puso ko, ang ating educational system. Alam ho natin na nasa education crisis po tayo. When you look at K-12, alam ho natin napakaraming reforma ang kailangan gawin. Yung pinakauna po sigurong kailangan gawin, siguraduhin yung pondo ng DepEd na pupunta talaga sa tama. Tama po? Oh, yung laptop na mabibili mo sa Tiangge ng 8,000, hindi bibili ng 50,000. Yung teachers natin nakakakuha ng tulong at yung mga teachers natin nagtuturo. Hindi ho kung ano-ano pinapagawa sa kanila. Yung curriculum natin, dapat bagay na siya sa modernong panahon. Yung curriculum natin dapat nagpo-produce ng mga employable. Ang rami pong reforma kailangan sa K-12. And of course, pagdating sa kolehiyo, ang nais po natin, libre ito at may tulong sa mga estudyante na makapagtapos. Okay po yun. Eh nung nakita natin, ito pong napasang budget, 10% increase. Sipin nyo po, sa kabuuan ng budget ng gobyerno, 10% ang increase. Pero pagdating sa larangan ng edukasyon, may mga bawas. Paano nangyari yun? 10% increase ng budget to 6.6 trillion pesos, ang pinakamataas na budget sa kasaysayan ng Pilipinas. Pero pagdating sa edukasyon, may mga bawas. Sa DepEd level, ano yung binawas? Yung computerization program. At pagdating sa tertiary, ano yung binawas? Ang tertiary education subsidy. Ano po yun? Yun po ang tulong sa mga estudyante gaya po ninyo. 3 billion ang binawas po doon. So paano nangyari yun? Na sa lahat ng mga pwedeng pondohan, ang edukasyon pa ang binawasan. Ito po, isipin po ninyo, sa bilang po namin, ang 3 billion na binawas ay 50,000 students na posibleng mas kakaunti ang makukuhang tulong o di kaya walang makukuhang subsidiya mula sa gobyerno. 50,000 students. Kaya para sa akin po, kung talagang ito ang mga problema natin in the short term, ang pagbaba ng presyo ng bilihin, in the long term, pag-aayos ng ating educational system, ang kailangan po nating mahalal, yung mga taong ito po ang tinututukan. Yung problema ho kasi, iba ang tinututukan ngayon. Ang tinututukan, sinong mananalo sa 2028. Yan ang tinututukan ngayon. Ang tinututukan po ngayon, sinong pwedeng kumita on the side. Ang kailangan po natin, mga tao na magbibigay pansin sa mga pinakamahalaga sa taong bayan. Nung time ko po sa Senate, matagal na po yon, that was 2013 to 2019. Ang binigyan pansin po natin, ang pagkakaroon ng napakataas na dropout rate pagdating sa ating college students. Sa mga kabataan po dito, there was a time, parang kanta yun ma'am, no? There was a time, hindi po libre ang kolehiyo. In fact, in 2015 and 2016, nung nakuha po natin ang chairmanship ng education, kinuha po natin yon upang isulong ang batas para sa libreng kolehiyo. Si Senator Laila at si Senator Kiko po, tinulungan po tayo dito. At alam niyo po, nung panahong yon, marami nagsabi sa akin, Senator Bam, nababaliw ka na ata. Itong gusto mong libreng kolehiyo, 30 years na yan pinagalaban, pero hindi yan mapasa-pasa. Student leader pa po kami ni Professor Shelo, magkasabay po kami. Pinagalaban na po yan, pero hindi yan mapasa-pasa. Napakarami ng dumaan, mga senador na mas magaling sa'yo. Hindi nila magawa-gawa yan. Bakit sa tingin mo, kaya mong ipasa ito? And honestly, nagawa po natin yan dahil sa mathematics. Nagawa po natin yan dahil nakita natin may espasyo sa budget para pondohan ito. Nagawa po natin yan dahil umikot po kami sa buong Pilipinas kasama ang Bicol University at nagtanong po kami sa mga estudyante. Nagtanong po kami sa mga magulang ninyo at tinanong namin, ano ba yung pinakapangarap ninyo? At yung sagot po sa akin, simple lang. Senator Bam, ang pangarap namin, meron kami kahit isang anak makagraduate. This is about 2015, 2016. At sabi po ng mga magulang nung panahong yon, Sen, pinipili pa namin kung sino sa mga anak namin ang magtutuloy sa college at sino yung titigil na muna para mag-aral. Di ba po? Sa mga ka-age ko dito at mas matanda, ganyan po noon. Sen, sana may tulong kami, kahit konting tulong lang, para lang makapagtapos yung anak namin. Alam namin, yung trabahong pwedeng makuha ng isang nakapag-graduate ng college, di hamak mas maganda ang sahod at kita kaysa sa hindi nakapagtapos. So noong time po na yon, tinipon namin yung iba't ibang grupo, pati private school, sinama po natin, Dok. Lahat sinama po namin. Nagkaroon ng mga pag-aaral, nagkaroon ng mga concerted effort to really bring people together. Nakuha po namin yung support ng mga kapwa senador, mga congressman. And at that time, kahit nasa miyembro po kami ng minorya, naipasa po natin ang batas para sa libreng kolehiyo. At ngayon po, 7 years na po na libre ang kolehiyo dito po sa Pilipinas. Dito po sa Bicol University, since 2017, 50,000 graduates already ang nakatanggap ng tulong sa libreng kolehiyo dito lang po sa BU. At kapag i-add po natin ang mga estudyante ngayon, another 26,000, that's 76,000 students na nakakuha ng tulong dahil po sa batas para sa libreng kolehiyo. Ano po yung bakit ko po ito binabanggit? Binabanggit ko po ito kasi kadalasan ang sasabihin po sa inyo, yung mga politiko, pare-parehas lang yan. Kahit sinong iboto ninyo, wala namang mangyayari. Pare-parehas lang naman yan. Bumoto ka, hindi ka bumoto, ganun pa rin naman. Binabanggit ko po itong batas na to dahil alam ko na kung magtatrabaho ka, kung talagang gagawin mo yung serbisyong hinahanap sa'yo, kung talagang magsisipag ka, kaya mong gumawa ng mga batas na merong totoong saysay sa buhay ng mga pamilya at sa buhay ng mga Pilipino. Hindi po kami pare-parehas lang. Kung kayo po bumoto ng mga taong tapat, hindi magnanakaw, mga taong magsisilbi po sa inyo, mga tao pong bibigyan pansin ang mga bagay na talagang mahalaga sa inyo, makakagawa po kami ng pagbabago na may saysay sa buhay po ninyo. Ngayon po, marami pong lumalapit. Tama po si Senator Kiko. Nagtatanong kung tumatakbo po tayo. Tama po yun. Pero marami rin pong lumalapit. Nagsasabi, Senator Bam, nakatapos kami dahil sa batas mo. Nakagraduate kami. Mga magulang, nakagraduate po yung anak ko dahil naging libre ang kolehiyo. Mga napilitang mag-drop out a few years ago, nakabalik kami sa state university, sa local university, nakatanggap ng tulong sa aming private university, sa mga scholarship at subsidy, dahil po sa batas ninyo. At yun po, ang pinaka nakaka-fulfill, nakakataba ng puso bilang isang legislador, pero sa totoo lang po, yun rin yung pruweba. Kung ang ibabalik po natin, mga taong magsisilbi talaga, kaya po namin gumawa ng mga reformang may saysay sa buhay po ninyo. Kaya pong tutukan ni Senator Kiko ang presyo ng pagkain. Sa totoo lang po, nung naging cabinet member si Senator Kiko, na ibaba niya yung presyo ng bigas. Sipin ninyo, hindi po imposible ang pagbaba ng presyo ng bigas. Nagawa po nila yan noong time po nila. At ito pong batas para sa libreng kolehiyo, yan po, kayo po ang pruweba na hindi lahat ng politiko pare-parehas lang. Kayo po ang pruweba na nagsasabi na kung ang mga lingkod bayan maglilingkod talaga, meron pong magagawang mabuti sa ating bansa. Tama po. Kaya kailangan po namin ng tulong po ninyo. Kasi kami po ni Senator Kiko, naghahabol kami sa TV ads. Kulang-kulang po kami. Yung tarpaulin po namin, mainit-init pa. Ngayon lang po naiakyat. Kailangan po namin ng tulong po ninyo. Dahil kayo po yung pruweba na kung ang mga lingkod bayan maglilingkod, nakatutok talaga sa isang tapat na gobyerno, kaya talagang umangat ng ating bansa. Kayo po yung pruweba niyan. Sabihin nyo, ako, may tulong akong nakukuha. Dahil sa batas na ni Senator Bam na yan, may tulong yung pamilya ko at makapag-graduate ako na mas madali ang buhay ng pamilya namin. Proof, pruweba, na meron pong saysay ang mahalaga at good governance. Kung meron ho tayong good governance, kung may gobyernong tapat, ano? Ang gobyernong tapat? Kung gobyerno ay tapat, kayang umangat ang buhay nating lahat. Kaya ng totoong pagbabago. At kayang matutukan yung mga bagay na talagang mahalaga. Pagkain, presyo, edukasyon, kalusugan, kaligtasan ng West Philippine Sea, kayang mabigyan ng pansin ang mga bagay na talagang mahalaga. Pero kami po ni Senator Kiko, hindi pa kami leading. Naghahabol po kami. I'll be honest with you. Si Senator Kiko po, ang inyo pong Vice President. Dito po, nanalo si Lenny at si Kiko. Palakpakan naman po. At nung 2019, nung huling beses ko pong tumakbo, ang inyong lingkod po, ang #1 senator dito po sa buong Kabikulan. Ang kailangan po namin, yung ganong klaseng tulong, gaya ng naibigay nyo na po sa amin. At sana po, mula po sa aming puso, sana po yung tulong na yan, magsisimula sa mga tumulong na, gaya nila Doc, tumulong na, gaya ni Ma'am Crisel, at sa inyo po na alam ko, lumabas rin para kay Ma'am Lenny. Mga taong nag-volunteer, nag-house to house, talagang, wag naman ho yung nakipag-away para kay Ma'am Lenny, wag naman. Lahat po kayo na nandun na po ang tulong, sana po matulungan nyo kami muli. Dahil ang gobyernong tapat, di pa po natin nakikita. Ang mga pangarap na yan, di pa natin nakakamit. At habang hindi pa po yan nakakamit, habang wala pa po yan, kailangan po nating lumaban. Pwede po ba? Sabay-sabay tayo? Kailangan nating lumaban. Hindi ho pwedeng kebs na lang. Hindi ho pwedeng dehins na lang. Kailangan po nating lumaban. Kasi kung kayo po naniniwala na ang bansa po natin may maiaangat pa, meron pa tayong marating. Hindi ito ang ginusto ni Lord. Father Rex, hindi ito ang ginusto ni Lord sa atin. Ang gusto po niya, isang bayang mapayapa, isang bayang nagkakaisang totoo, isang bayang masagana, isang bayan na yung pera ng bayan napupunta talaga sa bayan. Yan po yung gusto ni Lord para sa atin. At yun po ang pinaglalaban po natin. At yun po, makakamit lang natin kung sama-sama po tayo. Bilang panghuli, sa mga kabataan po, sa mga minamahal kong kabataan, huwag kakalimutan, may 3 B na pwede nyo pong gawin. 3 B na meron kayo. Unang-una, ang mga kabataan, may boses. Sabay-sabay tayo, may boses. Meron tayong boses. Bawat sa atin dito, influencer. Bakit? Kasi yung bawat kaibigan yung nakikinig o nanonood sa inyong social media, ini-influensyahan nyo po yan. Kahit 3 lang po ang follower ninyo, influencer pa rin po kayo. Ang kabataan po, napakalakas ng boses ngayon. Pangalawang B, ang kabataan may boto. Sabay-sabay, ang kabataan may boto. Kasi ang pinakamalaking bloke. Napasigaw ba? Pumiyok. O, ulitin natin. Ang kabataan, boses. Ang kabataan may boto. O, kasi ang pinakamalaking... Bakit? Okay. Iba naman daw yung pagbigkas. Grabe naman kayo. Mga bastos. Okay. Ulitin ko May boto. Tama? Okay yun. O, sabay-sabay. Huwag niyong gawing bastos. 1, 2, 3. Ang kabataan may boto. O, di ba? O. Pangatlong B. Ang kabataan may kakayanang maging bayani. Okay? O, third B. Ang kabataan may kakayanang maging bayani. O, may boses. Kailangan kayong mangampanya, mga kaibigan. Kailangan po, loud and proud tayo dyan. May boto, ang pinakamalaking... O, tatawa. Ito siya, tawan-tawa siya. Grabe na yung tawa nyo. Nakakapansin na ako. Okay. May vote. Ayan, di ba? May vote. Ang pinakamalaking voting block sa Pilipinas ay mga kabataan at may kakayanang maging bayani. Ito po kasaysayan to ng Pilipinas, no? There's never been a time in the Philippines na hindi kasama kung merong malaking pagbabago sa ating bansa from the time of Rizal. Ang kabataan po nandoon. Sina Rizal po, sina Bonifacio, lahat po sila, ang babata po nila nung panahong yon. Nung panahon nung martial law, yung lumaban sa martial law, panahon po nila Sen Kiko, nung sila po youth leaders, hanggang 80s, mga kabataan dun po sila. And, nakita ko po sa mata ko, napakaraming kabataan lumabas para kay Lenny at kay Kiko. Tama? May kakayanan talagang maging bayani. Ito lang po, yung pagiging bayani, hindi po yan pwedeng one time only. Ulitin ko po, mga kaibigan. Yung pagiging bayani, hindi pwedeng isang beses lang. Si Sen Laila, bayani ilang taon? Ilang taon, Sen Laila naging bayani. Palakpakan naman natin si Senator Laila. Kami po ni Sen Kiko, hinatid po namin si Ma'am Laila. You remember? And then nung nakalaya po siya, ako rin po isa sa unang nakita rin po niya, kung di ako nagkakamali. Sen Laila po, ang tagal po naging bayani. Kami po ni Sen Kiko, pang ilang laban na po namin to. May mga nagsasabi, huwag na kayo lumaban. Ang hirap ng kalaban, di ba, Sen? Huwag na kayong lumaban, hindi sigurado yan. Pero sa totoo lang po, dito po sa ating bansa, kailangan tayong lumaban. Kung hindi tayo lalaban, walang mangyayari sa bansa natin. Kung hindi tayo lalaban, mas pababa ang bansa po natin. Pero kung tayo lahat po, sama-sama, tulong-tulong, nagkakaisang lalaban para sa tama, lalaban para sa mga kababayan natin, lalaban para sa isa't isa, makakamit po natin ang gobyernong tapat. Makakamit po natin ang pag-angat ng buhay ng lahat. Kaya muli po, maraming salamat, Bicol University! Thank you po. Nag-overtime po tayo, but I'm happy to answer a few questions. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po.
Once again, Senator Bam Aquino. And now we'd like to call in again Mr. Howard Tuangki for the open forum.
Please join me, Senator. Pasensya na guys, you'll be sick of me. I'm not running for Senator yet, but who knows? Senator, please join me here. Acknowledge naman din pala natin, the gorgeous wife of Senator Bam Aquino is here, Mrs. Timmy Aquino.
Natago.
Ayun, o, di ba ang ganda? Sana all, very supportive. Also, ano rin pala si Prof. Richard is here. Later, we'll hear more of him. So, Sen, medyo madaming tanong. Okay lang po ba? 3. Okay, 3 to 4. So, pag-sapasaya natin. Anyway, Senator, first, I don't know if you received this enough, pero I also don't think we say this enough, pero gusto naming pasalamatan ka for that unprecedented campaign you led in 2022. Pasalamatan naman natin si Senator Bam for that. And ang tanong ko sana, Senator, you could have won easily also as Senator that year, but why did you opt to, be the campaign manager and support VP Leni instead in the campaign?
So, yung totoo po is kami po ni Senator Kiko, we were getting ready to run for the Senate. No? Ako po, si Senator Kiko at si Senator Risa were actually all in the top 12, kung di ako nagkakamali. No? And alam naman po natin si Ma'am Leni also decided very late. No? So we were getting ready, nag-ready na po kami. And when she decided to run, at nagdesisyon po siya, ang gusto po talaga ni Ma'am Leni nung time na yon, mabuo yung oposisyon. No? So we were talking to the different presidentiables, trying to bring them together. No? Alam to nila Dr. Ophel, di ba? Trying to bring people together, pero hindi ho mabuo-buo yung oposisyon nung time na yon. So she made the decision to run, and sabi niya sa akin, Sen, tatakbo lang ako kung ikaw yung campaign manager ko. Okay. I was also her campaign manager in 2016. So, for 4 days, sabi ko, I will run for the Senate and be her campaign manager. For 4 days. Inisip ko talaga yon. Kasi po, nag-ready na rin yung team namin. I'm sure narinig nyo na rin yon, di ba? Na tatakbo tayo muli. But on the 4th day, yung tatay at nanay ko po, kinausap ako. And sabi sa akin, anak, you have to choose. Hindi yan fair sa mga taong sumusuporta sa'yo. Hindi yan fair kay Leni. You have to choose. You can't do both. You have to choose. Either tumakbo kang senador at iba yung mag-campaign manager, or mag-campaign manager ka pero wag ka lang tumakbo kasi hindi talaga yan fair. Dagdag pa ng nanay ko, isipin mo rin kung ano yung mas mahalagang laban. And I prayed over it. It was not a difficult decision. Medyo clear naman sa akin kung ano yung mas mahalaga, Howard. And I made the decision not to file for candidacy and instead go full-time into the campaign. Yung maganda po dyan, hindi ako nag-iisa. Si Senator Kiko ganun din po. Sure winner for the Senate. Nung inalok ni Ma'am Leni na mag-vice presidential candidate, hindi rin nag-atubili. No? Marami sa mga volunteers, ganun din. Practically nag-full-time yung marami sa mga volunteers. Kaya ako po, during that campaign, I felt na patas-patas tayong lahat. Yung risk na ginawa natin, yung sacrifice na ginawa natin, yung pagbigay ng oras, pagod, at lahat-lahat na, patas-patas tayo mga volunteers sa laban na yon. And I think, because napakarami sa atin, talagang binigay yung napakarami, nagkaroon ng totoong positive energy yung campaign na yon. And I have no regrets for doing that. But in 2025, sabi ko nga sa isang interview, there's a time to step back and a time to step forward. And for 2025, ang inyong lingkod po is taking the step forward, not step back, step forward. And I hope samahan niyo ako dito po sa laban to. Okay? Ayos ba?
Ang galing talagang hindi pang sariling interest ang inuuna, kundi interest ng bayan. We appreciate you for that, Senator. So, ito po, next question, Senator. The Philippines really feels like a sinking boat right now that I'm hoping to get off. What hope can you give me as a young adult for a more optimistic future for the country?
Wala na ba tayong hope? May hope pa naman tayo, di ba? May pag-asa pa naman tayo, di ba? Pwede ba? Sino dito? Alam ko after 2022, medyo depressed tayo, di ba? Marami dito. Pero ngayon po, malapit na, nasa 2025 na tayo. We're here. In 4 weeks, magsisimula na yung campaign. Tayo po ba, ano pa rin? Wala pa rin pag-asa o may pag-asa na? Serious. Sino dito? Ano ba ang tanong natin? May pag-asa o walang pag-asa? O, sino dito? Ano pa? Looking forward to this campaign. May laban tayo sa 2025. Taas sa kamay!
Kamay. May boto.
Okay. May vote, di ba? Hindi, ito po. Pag nakikita niyo po yung balita, madidepress ka talaga eh. Sa totoo lang ha. I mean, babalikan ko po yung sinabi ko kanina. 10% increase in the national budget, pero ang tulong sa mga estudyante na-cut ng 3 billion. Yung computerization program ng DepEd na-cut ng 12 billion. I mean talaga, maiinis ka talaga eh, di ba? Pero ganun po eh. Ito yung natutunan ko. Matagal na po ako dito sa politika. I've been in government service since I was 22 years old. 20 plus years na po ito. Yung laban po, hindi po tumitigil. The struggle continues. It does not stop. Kailangan talaga matibay yung tiyan mo at tuloy-tuloy. May grit ka talaga para pumasok sa larangan na ito. Pero yung nagpapalakas po sa amin, kayo po ang nagpapalakas po sa amin. Kayo po ang nagpapalakas po sa amin. Sa totoo lang po. Kaya sana po, sama-sama tayo dito sa laban na to. This is a fight we can win. Binulungan po ako ni Senator Laila. Sabi niya sa akin, kayo ni Senator Kiko, mananalo kayo. Sabi po ni Senator Laila.
Yes!
Ang hina ng palakpak. One more time.
Oo nga!
Sabi po ni Senator Laila, kayong dalawa mananalo kayo. And I really believe that. I really believe that. Kasi po, posible pong nalungkot tayo pagkatapos ng 2022, pero alam ko, buo pa rin ang grupo natin. Tama ba? Sino ang buong grupo? Tayo, di ba? Yeah. Oh. Isipin nyo po. Ito na lang, mathematics. Mahilig po tayo sa math, di ba? Oh.
Ako senin din.
Ang boto po ni Attorney Lenny, 28%. Ang boto po ni PBBM ay 52%. Ngayon po na naghiwalay na sila, pag dinivide nyo po yun, 56% siya. Pag iniwalay nyo po yun, 28% rin yun. So sa tingin ko, merong 28, may 28, may 28. That's my simple mathematics. Ang grupo po natin ay hindi maliit. Ang grupo po natin ay malaki. May puwersa. Ang grupo po natin buo pa rin. At kailangan po namin ang tulong ninyo sa sunod na kampanya.
Thank you for that, Senator. Senator, for when you were the chair of the Senate Committee on Education, you also sat as the Senator Regent for Bicol University. And ang isa po sa question natin stems from that. What are your sentiments on SUC's budget cuts? BU is unfortunately recipient of that. And as an aspiring senator, what do you plan to do about it?
Yeah. Well, ito nung hindi lang for tertiary, but in general, for education, nung nakita po natin yung cuts na yan, that was the only time na naisip ko, I wish I was still in the Senate. Malayo po yan sa isipan namin ni Senator Kiko, sa totoo lang. Sometimes pag magulo po dyan, napapasmile kami na wala kami dyan, di ba? But that was the only time na naisip ko, I wish I was still there para i-defend ang budget na yan. I used to defend the budget on education, even nung nasa minority po ako. At yung bawat item po na yan, yung bawat pondo na yan, mahalaga na nababantayan, napupunta po talaga sa tama. At nabibigyan ng pondo yung dapat pondohan. So for me, very simple lang, ang isang programa na tumutulong sa milyong-milyong Pilipino, ang isang programa na nagbibigay lunas sa napakaraming kabataan at pamilya nila, bakit natin babawasan? Hindi ba dapat mas pinapalaki pa yan, mas ninusuportahan pa yan, gaya ng iba pang reforma sa edukasyon? So if you ask me po, the focus on education, kulang pa. Kailangan bigyan ng tutok yan. Yung reforms po dyan, samot-sari, some are far-reaching, some are more immediate, pero kailangan po yan tutukan. And yung tulong po sa ating mga estudyante, yun po napaka-basic. Dapat pataas po yan, hindi po pababa.
Okay, last question. Alam ko ang dami pa, but I'm sure this won't be Senator's last time here. So, sisimula pa lang. So, sir, ito po. As the principal author of the free tuition law, how can it ensure that underprivileged students benefit the most, especially with ongoing debates about high-income students dominating admissions in state universities? I think that has to do with the UP study.
So I'm the principal sponsor of the law. Mainit na debate po yan. In fact, ang pinakamainit po dyan, ang UP. UP Diliman, in particular, Tope. Yun yung pinaka-subject matter ng debate na yan. But ang UP Diliman po ay isa out of 100 plus na state universities and local universities. Mas marami sa mga state universities and local universities na hindi UP, and specifically hindi UP Diliman o UP Manila, ay nagkakaroon ng mga kabataan na yung mga pamilya kailangan talaga ng tulong. Tama, di ba? Tama.
Yes.
So, debate po yan, pero for me, marami sa mga estudyante sa ating SUC at LUC belong to families na kailangan ng tulong. Posible po na ang mga magulang po ninyo, siguro 2 minimum wage earner. No? Yung isa po, posibleng nasa ibang bansa. Ang bawat piso o ang bawat tulong na mawawala o magkakaroon ay napakahalaga. It's very important. So when we looked at the study, masasabi natin up to 90% ng mga estudyante sa ating SUCs really need help. At yung 10% na yan, nakakonsentrate yan sa ilang mga universities lang. We have an opt-out clause in the law kung saan, kung ikaw naman, at nabagit ko to sa isang interview last week, kung ikaw naman nagmamaneho ng BMW papunta dito, siguro naman pwede ka na magbayad ng tuition, di ba? But we leave that to the schools to determine how to implement the opt-out clause. But trust me, and I don't know kung sasang-ayon kayo dito, pero in most universities, easily 90 to 95% ng mga estudyante kailangan talaga ng tulong ng families nila. Tama?
Yes, agree. Actually, sir, we're happy to share that Bicol University has a landmark policy which was last launched this school year. Meron na po kaming equity policy in admission. So, fina-factor in yung socio-economic standing ng family for a certain percentage for them to get in. So, I think
Meron nun yun. So in the law, merong preferential option for 4P students, for students in the listahanan lists, no? May mga nakalagay po dyan. But the one reason na ginawa namin, bakit hindi kayo nag-a-apply every year? Kasi during the deliberations, may ibang mga senador, sabi nila, Sen, mas maganda kung every year magre-reapply yung mga estudyante. And when we consulted with the students, yung student council, Stacy, ang sabi nila, baka magamit yan bilang harassment sa mga estudyante. Baka magamit yan maging favoritism kung every year kailangan ka mag-reapply for the scholarship. So ginawa po namin siya, as long as makapasok ka sa enrollment, for 4 years, up to 5 years, pwede mo makuha yung tulong ng batas. At hindi ka kailangan mag-apply every year para hindi magkaroon ng favoritism or hindi magkaroon ng mga biases or yung tipong bata-bata system na nakikita natin in other government agencies. So ginawa talaga namin yan para for all of your 4 years, as much as possible, hindi kayo mabibigyan ng harassment or ng problema. Ang gawin ninyo para sa batas natin, mag-aral kayo, do your best in school, at mag-graduate kayo on time. Yan yung best na magagawa ninyo.
thank you. Senator, last message to our audience.
Well, marami na ako nasabi. Gusto ko lang po magpasalamat muli sa lahat ng organizers today. Thank you so much. Babalik po tayo sa Legazpi. Huwag po kayong magsasawa sa amin ni Senator Kiko at Senator Laila. At makakaasa po kayo. Kami po, gagawin namin ang tama. Gagawin po namin ang lahat na makakaya namin para magbigay tulong po sa inyo. Maraming salamat. Magandang araw, Bicol University. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Senator Pam Aquino. Apo. Sir, stay lang po for certificate. And Sen Kiko, since sinasama daw ni Senator Pam si Ma'am Timmy, baka naman daw pwede si Megastar isama mo rin minsan.
Hello, Sasha.
There you go. And now we thank again Senator Bam Aquino for that insightful discussion. Now to award the Certificate of Appreciation, we would like to call in the internal and external vice chairpersons of Bicol University Student Council. Miss Jamil Buiza and Miss Casey Maxine Mendones to please join us up the stage. Now, the citation reads, Certificate of Appreciation is hereby given to Senator Bam Aquino for giving their invaluable time and expertise as one of our guests of honor during the symposium entitled What's Up Pinas? A National Situationer in the 2025 Elections, given this 14th day of January 2025 at the Buluagang Biueño, Bicol University, Legazpi City, signed by the founder and the head writer of Writers PH, Mr. Howard Twanky, and the Bicol University University Student Council Chairperson and Student Regent, Stacy Daniel Alamares.
On behalf of the External Vice Chairperson, may I call on the Deputy Director of What's Up Pinas, Jack NCC, to please join our guests for this afternoon. Sa speech ni Senator Bam, lagi po natin pakakatandaan ang tatlong B. Boses, boto, at bayan.
Try natin kung nasa sa ulo na
Sige nga,
nila.
sabay-sabay. Ano ang tatlong B? First B. Second B. Third B.
Ayun.
Yan.
Alright, so before, kasi it's very unfortunate, but hindi natin makakasama ng ganun katagal, especially Senator Bam Aquino. So we would like to request everyone, can we have a group photo together with senators and our guests of honor? So yung mga photographers dito na lang atas sa taas. And our guests of honor sa gitna na lang din pa, apa.
Lahat po tayo nakaupo na lang dyan sa kinauupuan natin.
Yes.
And our photographers will be here sa stage para lahat tayo kasama sa picture.
That is correct. So, sabay-sabay po tayo, mag-smile po tayo, alright?
Gusto kong susugan yung tatlong B ni Senator Bob.
Ano?
Sinabi din ni Catriona Grayon during their final rally that the government has the power to change our lives, but you have the power to change the
I'll
government.
just cut you, partner, first. Tindig po tayong lahat and let's stand closer para mas kita po tayo sa camera. Okay, join pala kami. Alright. Wait lang. Sige, bibilang po kami ha. Dapat nasa unahan na po tayo. Bibilang po kami. Dapat dapat nakasmile na kayo. Alright? Sige. Okay. Let's count in 3. Ilang shots to ha? May waki din.
Ready!
3, 2, 1! Another one! 3, 2, smile!
Isigaw mo sa hangin, tumindig at magsilbing liwanag.
Okay, one last, everyone.
Harapin mo pag-ibig at bagong awitin. Ikaw ang liwanag.
There you go. Thank you so much.
All right, one last.
Okay, meron pang isang request po pala. Can we have last two photos with you? Pero yung first picture natin ay naka-5 po kayo, okay? We'll use our right hand to... okay, wait lang. Okay, eto po tignan niyo yung kamay ko. 5. Tapos, yung second photo mo, B, 5-0. 5-0, gamitin niyo po yung dalawang hands niyo, okay? And then the third one, yung L po na sign. Okay? Sige, unahin natin yung 5. Okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Liwanag sa dilim.
Alright, next is the 5-0 sign. There you go. 3, 2, 1.
And the L sign, let's go!
All right, L sign. 3, 2, 1.
At sa paghamon mo sa agos ng ating
Alright, thank you so much everyone!
There you go. Maraming salamat.
Pero hindi dyan nagtatapos ang ating guests of honors for this afternoon. Because ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor our next guest of honor ay hindi na bago sa atin.
Alright, pero before that, quick trivia muna tayo kung bakit 5 and 5-0, okay? Kasi wag natin kakalimutan, 5 for Bam Aquino and 50 for Kiko Pangilinan. Alright, now our guests of honor are still accommodating pictures, selfie from our participants, but just be reminded that we are just about to begin now with our third guest of honor for her discussion. So please, balik na po tayo sa ating mga upuan.
May I
As-
request everyone to please settle down dahil mag-move on na tayo sa ating next guest of honor.
Alright, pwede na po tayo bumalik sa ating seats, everyone. Thank you so much to our participants. Pwede na po tayo bumalik muna sa ating seats as we shall continue with our third guest of honor for her discussion tonight. We'll be calling in a very amazing woman.
Yes, one of the pride of Bicolandia.
Yes, and I know that all of us here are very ready to welcome and listen to her. So we also respect this moment to welcome her again. We would like to ask our participants to please go back to their respective area and seats and stay there as we welcome and listen to the next discussion. Maraming salamat po, Senator Bam Aquino. Palakpakan po natin. There you go. Maraming salamat po for coming here and gracing our event. Palakpakan po ulit natin, Senator Bam Aquino.
Alright, for the nth time, may I request our participants for this afternoon to please settle na para makapag-move on na tayo sa ating next guest of honor. I know na hindi naman na to bago sa inyo dahil siya nga ang tinatawag nating Manay. Ang satuyang Manay, ang
Yes.
satuyang Manay.
Ang manay ng lahat, 'di ba? So hindi natin kakalimutan. Siguro yung mga estudyante sobrang excite lang talaga kanina, no?
Oh, inantay din talaga nilang itong mga guest of honors natin
Yeah.
this afternoon.
That is correct. But we know for sure that you will get more excited as we introduce to you our next guest of honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our next guest of honor, may I call on the Bicol Regional Convener and the Chairperson of People Power Volunteers for Reform, Dr. Ophelia M. Summersea.
Sigaw mo sa hangin, tumitig at magsilbing.
ikaw ang liwanag sa dilim.
Thank you so much, Joshua and Franz. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, colleagues, and honored guests. Senator Kiko, hello, nandyan ka pa rin. Thank you. Senator Bam, Timmy, nandyan pa ba si Timmy? Hello. Yeah, she helped my daughter in her wedding sa Hawaii. And of course, I want to greet also Cielo Magno. Hello, Professor. Mr. Richard Hedaran, napakagwapo. Mayor Crisel, wala na. And Father Rex, hello po. And Pading Tupe, former Pink Lawans led by Dr. Lina Acido. Nandiyan pa ba si Lines? Hello. And also Milan, especially our beloved Bioenios. Woo! led by USC Chair Stacy and Howie, and all officers and BU students. I am so proud of you for being here, standing up for our country. I'm so happy and elated, really. Today, it is with profound pride and privilege that I introduce to you a woman whose name has become synonymous with courage, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to justice. Senator Laila Norma Eulalia Josefa Maestrado de Lima. Our paths first crossed in the 1970s. I'm only 3 years younger than her, but we both grew up in Rinconada and we studied in Iriga City. So, gusto ko lang sa inyo imarites, during our high school days in Iriga City, she was already very popular. My classmates would always talk about her. Sobrang sikat talaga siya sa Iriga noon. And a national winner, she was a national winner and a figure known for her eloquence, even during her high school days, and also her brilliance that has brought her to where she is today. One cannot speak of Senator De Lima without noting her unique name. So she remains the only person I know with 4 names. So Laila for her grace, Norma for her steadfastness, Eulalia for her eloquence, and Josefa for her courage and unwavering love for her country. So while she's the only person I know with 4 first names, her surname is 5, De Lima. So 4 first names and 5, De Lima ang surname niya. Born into a family deeply rooted in public service, her father was former COMELEC commissioner. Senator De Lima's academic journey is a testament to her brilliance. She graduated as valedictorian from La Consolacion Academy, salutatorian at San Beda College of Law, and secured 8th place in the 1985 bar examinations. So, these achievements were only the beginning of a lifetime. Her career in public service is marked by fearless advocacy. As chairperson of the Commission on Human Rights, she confronted the gravest human rights violations, including the investigations into the Davao death squads and the Maguindanao massacre. She championed the rights of marginalized sectors such as the LGBTQ+ community and persons with disabilities. So, as Secretary of Justice, she displayed the same unwavering resolve, leading the chains and the charge against corruption in the PDAF scam and dismantling illegal drug operations in the New Bilibid prison, setting a precedent for integrity and accountability. So in 2016, she was elected senator and immediately stood as a solitary voice against the Duterte administration's controversial war on drugs. Her bravery and resolve to hold those in power accountable made her a target. So in 2017, she faced unjust detention. Yet, even in the face of adversity, Senator Laila's spirit never, ever wavered. Her unjust imprisonment became a global symbol of the fight for human rights. Thousands of Filipinos and international allies rallied behind her. So in a historic act of solidarity, I want you to remember this. The United States included a provision in their 2020 national budget signed by then President Donald Trump that banned the entry of all the individuals involved in her wrongful imprisonment. An extraordinary recognition of the injustices she endured. And knowing about this, I have never been prouder of Senator Laila. For being supported by the U.S. Senate and the President themselves. Sabi ko nga, nung manabalitaan ko yon, okay na lang na makulong. Imagine, ipaglalaban ka ng Senado ng Amerika. That is something for the books. Pambihira ka talaga, Senator Laila. So I had the privilege of visiting Senator De Lima upon her release in her home. Despite the years of hardship, she greeted us. It was evening. Senator Lai, I'm sure you remember us, with optimism and warmth. She was as bubbly and radiant as ever, parang hindi nakulong, expressing no regrets for the sacrifices she made and also her pursuit of truth and justice. So that conversation with her was a profound reminder that courage is not the absence of fear, but it is the ability to persist and thrive in the face of it. So today, as she addresses all of us here, her fellow Bicolanos, for the first time in a public forum like this, since her release, this moment is both surreal and triumphant, historical rather. So seeing Senator Laila, our very own, speaking before us today is a powerful reminder of the enduring spirit of the Filipino people and the strength of a shared commitment to justice and human rights. So dear friends, my fellow Bayueños and guests, it is my distinct honor to present to you our guest of honor in her first appearance in a public forum facing her fellow Bicolanos, a true champion of justice, a fearless advocate for human rights, and an unwavering beacon of hope. Please join me in warmly welcoming Senator Laila Norma Yulaila Josefa Magistrado de Lima, Ansatong Padabang, si Manay Laila. Bayueños, salamatunon, and congratulations for this amazingly exemplary endeavor that you have come up with for our country. Manay Laila, thank you so much. Palakpakan po natin.
Iniisip ko pa po kung saan ako, digdi lang sa baba o sa taas. But I'm thinking na bako akong kasing tangkad ni Bam. So I think I'll better go there para makita mahiling nindo ako. Salamat, Howie. Mabalos na maray. Kay Dr. Othel C. I remember that uwi ako sa Iriga, and that was my first return to Iriga after my release. She was among my first visitors. Yung grupo ninda kasama si Howard. So I will never forget that. So, ngayon nyo lang alam na napakahaba ng pangaran ko. Aram nindo kung sa inyan naghali. Siyempre, I keep on blaming my parents. Tahalog kayan kahaba. Ang aking first names, 4 first names. So the Laila, that's me. Norma is my mother. Josefa is my grandmother. And Eulalia is my grandmother. And Josefa is my great-grandmother. So the gabus, I kept on blaming my parents. Kasi mahirap minsan eh. May mga requirement that you have to put or write your full name, including the application for passport. Bakong iyo, so mapagalon, saka nagtatawanan sinda kapag nahihiling ninda mahaba. Anyway, bago ako magdaldal, magkwento sa Indo, magbibigay-pugay muna po ako kay Father Ray Arjona, si Dr. Nebres III, and of course, Doc Othel, Howard, Mr. Tope Flores. We visited her mother earlier at the hospital. And then si Chobert King S. Encisa. And of course, the very repressible political scientist, Richard Herdarian. And then, yung ating napakagaling na expert in on the economy, yung tinatawag nilang the smiling assassin, that's Cielo Magno. And you will find out more why she is called a smiling assassin later. And syempre, yung mga allies ko, mga kaibigan ko, mga tunay na kaibigan, ang aming pambato para sa Senado, Sen Kiko Pangilinan and Sen Bam Aquino. Aram nindo, tunay na mga kaibigan yan sinda. Aram nindo, kan aarestuhin na po ako kaito in February 2017. Because it's not February 17, February 24. Narinig mo ang balita sa radyo February 23 of 2017 na naglabas na nin warrant of arrest yung RTC of Muntinlupa. That was February 23 in the afternoon. So narinig sa news kan aking mga staff. So, dali-dali po akong nagpuli muna sa Harongmi, duman sa Paranaque. Para number 1, magpaaram sa sakong pamilya. At number 2, para doon ako. Para maayos ko, madara ko na itong mga gamit ko. And sinamahan po ako nila Sen Kiko at ni Sen Bam. From the Senate to our residence, sinamahan ninda ako at igwangan yung mga nagsunod sa muya na ilang mga vehicle kan arresting team. Talagang inabangan ako duman sa gate kan aming subdivision. Pero dali-dali man kaming bumalik sa Senado. Kasi ang sabi ko, ayaw ko, abuk ko, nadigdi ako sa harong maaresto. Kaya balik kami sa Senado. Sinamahan ninda ako. And they are really such good friends. Karapat-dapat po talaga sinda. Now, okay, siguro bisto man nindo ako. Siguro, nandito pa pala si Mayor Criselda. They told me you left already. So Mayor, Mayora, tomorrow, magkikita tayo sa Daraga. So, actually, kadakol kang mga aram na ako makandidato for senator. Ayan, nandyan ako. Kandidato ba ako for senator? So at least aram nindo, bako akong kandidato for senator. Pero ang aram kaya yan ang problema mi. Ang aram kan iba, ako ay for senator. But no, I'm not running for senator. I'm running under a party list called ML, or Mamamayang Liberal, which is the multi-sectoral arm or wing of the Liberal Party. Abok ko pa kunta, patawarin niyo ako sa aking Bicol, ha? Halo-halo. Halo-halo kan Bicol, Legazpi, at ang dialect kan Iriga, and then Tagalog. So, pasensya na kamo. Pero importante na iintindihan nindo ako. Diba? So, abok ko kanta na magdalagan kung anong posisyon. Even for Senate, I didn't want to run for the Senate. Ang gusto ko lang ko, mabalik sana ako sa aking private law practice, saka sa aking pagturo sa law school. But then, yung Liberal Party, because I am a member of the Liberal Party, Kiko is a member of Liberal Party, they convinced me to join the ML as nominee number 1. Kasi ang ML po, bago lang yan na party list. Ngunyan lang magpa-participate for 2025 elections. It's been there, the Mamamayang Liberal, as a multi-sectoral arm of the Liberal Party. Pero, ngunyan lang na-accredit kan COMELEC para makaparticipate sa party list elections next year. So, sabi ninda, please join us in the ML as nominee number 1. And then we promote ML as a genuine party list because we represent several sectors. Ako ang nominee number 1, nominee number 2, si former Congressman Ted Bronner Bagilat, and nominee number 3 is former Congressman Erin Tanyada. So we're part of the party list elections. And kung sinda, si Sen. Bam number 5, sa list of senators, si Sen. Kiko Pangilinan is number 50 sa list of senators. Ang ML ay number 6 sa party list. But you will not find the name of the nominees. As you know, nagboboto ka mo kan party list. At least dainin doon nalingawan na bumoto sa party list. Because kaito, in 2022, around 40% kan mga bumoto sa ibang mga posisyon, dain nagboto for party list. Tayong iba, daininda napansin na duman sa likod kan balota. Kada sila nakaboto. Ang iba naman ay walang pakialam sa party list. They don't believe in the party list system and I do not blame them. Dahil nga medyo naabuso ang party list system. So that's part of our advocacy sa ML. We will introduce reforms into the party list system law. Ang iba man is that they voted for more than one party list. Hindi pwedeng bumoto kayo ng more than one party list. If you do, then hindi counted or magiging null and void ang inyong mga boto. Now, I was asked to share my thoughts on the 2025 elections and its implications. Pero dai ko yan magigibo if I don't briefly discuss first what I think is the state of politics in the Philippines. Araman nindo, na ang current state of politics is dominated by the ongoing political battle between the BBM administration and the Duterte family. So, it is apparent that yung magiging trend ng ating politiko would be mainly dictated by these two forces, by the conflict between these two most powerful political families in the country. And then, ang main feature, isa sa mga key features, kan away na yan, kan mga Duterte, tsaka Marcos administration, ay itong mga Quadcom hearings and yung hearings on VP Sara's misuse of Intel confidential funds. And you know, in the course of the Quad hearings, siguro naghihiling ka mo kan hearing na yan, ano? And napupuyat ka mo sa kakahiling. In the course of those Quadcom hearings and the budget hearings, we can say that the Marcos side has scored political victories. And it was the Duterte camp, who had the most hits. Because, you know, with a view, kasi ang Dutertes, they are being relegated or they are being eased out from the political scene. On the other hand, si Mr. Duterte naman, in the course of his appearance before the Senate and the House hearings, was able to show that he could still rally his DDS fanatics dahil nga dun sa kanyang very unique, disruptive discourse which was in full display in the course of the hearings. Nahiling man nito, itong nandyan pa yung mga pagmumuran niya, nandyan yung mga kayabangan niya, nandyan yung mga pag-amin niya, kan mga akusasyon, especially about EJ case. The impeachment of VP Sara, and again, the hearings on the misuse of confidential funds is again another feature of this battle. Kaya lang, ngunyan, aram nindo, igwa ng tulong complaints, impeachment complaints, for the removal of VP Sara. Tulo, baka nga di igwang apat. But as things are turning out, mukhang, I don't understand why Congress, the House of Representatives, is dilly-dallying on this issue. Na nakita naman natin yung result ng surveys. Do you know the results of surveys on the impeachment? 41% of the Filipinos actually favor impeachment. And 35% are against, and merong 19% na mga undecided. So, that is the pulse of the nation. More and more are actually clamoring for impeachment. Now, syempre nakita natin yesterday, yung rally, the supposed massive rally of the religious sect. But you know, no matter how we look at it, is nothing more than a minority religious bloc espousing a minority position. So why let it dictate on the feasibility of the impeachment proceedings? Ang sabi, kunwari, it's a peace rally. But how can there be peace? Is there peace if there is no accountability? Is there peace if there is no justice? What peace are they talking about if they're trying to shield VP Sara? Because it was nothing more than really a partisan exercise in defense of VP Sara. So ano yun? Now they're saying, a senator actually said na yang dami ng mga pumunta sa rally. I think the estimates, I just don't know whether this is accurate or not. You know, it's 1.8 million, Richard? 1.5 million? Assuming it to be true, no matter how great the numbers were in that rally, it's still, you know, the position that they are fighting for, advocating, is still the minority position. So bakit kailangang pakinggan ng mga House of Representatives? Yung mga complainants, because I am the designated spokesperson of the first group of complainants. Akala namin, yesterday, umpisahan na. Akala namin, i-refer na ng Secretary General to the Speaker, and the Speaker would in turn either refer it to the Committee on Justice or take it up at the floor dun sa sinasabing faster route. Pero wala. So what are they waiting for? They're wasting time. Now is the time. Now is the right time because it is for the right cause. It is about accountability. Diba? Accountability. No one is supposed to be above the law. No one is supposed to be beyond scrutiny or accountability. Kasi yung mga grounds is about, you know, all of this misuse of confidential funds and also the very open and public threats against the PBBM, the First Lady, and the Speaker, which casts a very serious doubt on her fitness in occupying the second highest position in the land. So yun pa po ang mga problema natin. I don't want really to touch more on the issues tackled by Sen Bam and Sen Kiko. And then, of course, tungkol sa national situationer, on the economic side and then the political side, I'm sure it will be competently handled by the next speakers, sila Prof. Shelo and Richard. Now, aram man nindo kung anong ginibos ako. Aram nindo that for almost 7 years, kinulong ninda ako. Base sa mga gawa-gawa, mga akusasyon na ako daa ang involved, ako daa ay involved sa illegal drug trading digdi sa Pilipinas, lalo na sa bilibid drug trade, kung anong-ano ang mga sinabi tungkol sa kuya. Na ako daang mother of all drug lords, ako daang bilibid drug trade queen, ako daa ang #1 narco politician of this country. Now, this ongoing Quadcom hearings, although naglabas na sinda ning partial findings, there are 3 outcomes. #1, Mr. Duterte was unable to disprove the existence of the EJK campaign in the course of his drug war. #2 is that it's turning out that his so-called war on drugs was just a cover for his own involvement in the illegal drug trade. It was explained by former Senator Trillanes that the Dutertes were actually receiving money from drug lords, which is actually their share in the protection of these drug personalities. Another outcome of these hearings, #3, is the connection between the Duterte group and the Pogos, the criminal Pogos that were allowed to operate in the country during the time of Mr. Duterte. Na-explain kasubago ni Sen Kiko ang naging epekto kan existence of the Pogos. At may connection, may alliance si Mr. Duterte with Davao-based personalities like Michael Yang, like Sami Uy, and Alan C. Kaya, yung naging conclusion kay Quadcom is that they have to be held criminally, they have to be investigated formally. Si Duterte and his accomplices. So, what is the prospect or what are the prospects of the 2025 elections? It will be dominated, of course, by these 2 forces. And because our election laws have remained unreformed, essentially unreformed, and we have insufficient laws in the regulation of campaign finances, in the regulation of vote buying, in the regulation of the use of media airtime. Kaya ang pirming mga may advantage are the moneyed politicians. Now, the way this electoral system is functioning, ang pirmita na nakikita, nahihiling, ay itong mga more popular but unqualified candidates as against the more qualified and deserving candidates, katulad ni Sen Kiko and Sen Bam. Yan ang net effect kanda iba masyadong narireforma ang ating political party system and also our electoral system. As election draws near, we have to confront the stark reality that the systems that were built in order to serve the people are instead being used to consolidate power. Kaya, ang lugi itong marginalized sectors because public funds are being weaponized for public gain, with marginalized sectors being neglected or being made to suffer. And that's where party lists need to come in. The legitimate bona fide party list who truly represent the marginalized sectors. Isa yan sa importanteng unyan, yung role ng mga party list. So take a good look at the list of the party list candidates for next year's elections. And you will be able to churn out which are the bona fide, legitimate ones as against those that were put up merely as expansion or extension of the political base of political dynasties and also yung mga put up by business interests. Now, so, panghuli na lang po, we must really, as we prepare for the 2025 elections, let us commit to not just voting. Let us commit to hold our leaders accountable, demanding justice for the victims, the thousands of the victims of the drug war, and also for a better educational system for our youth. The challenges are immense, and so is our collective power. We must act with courage, guided by the truth and the belief that a just and equitable Philippine society is more than just a dream, but a goal worthy of fighting for. Thank you, and please join me. Let us all join in this fight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was Manay Laila. Palakpakan naman po natin. And now for the open forum part, we'll be joined again by Mr. Howard Tuangki, the founder of Writers PH.
Yes, Howie.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Sen Kiko. Ingat po. Thank you. Sige, ma'am. Please drink muna. Let me help you. Buhay pa ba? Are you still up? What's up, Bio? Okay, buhay na buhay pa. Very good. So, ayan. Ma'am, first of all, kumusta po? How are you?
I'm fine. I'm
Apo.
okay. I think I have adjusted already from the life of solitude to a noisier
Yeah.
and messy world.
Apo.
Okay naman
Kitang-kita nga po, it really shows because as you mentioned kanina when we visited you in your home in Iriga, parang grabe yung glow. Grabe yung glow. So, ayan.
Ikaw man baga ang go through what I went through.
Opo.
Diba?
We can't imagine.
Yes. Because, my years in prison were actually meant to break my spirit,
Did it?
pero daisinda.
It
And I-
shows. Grabe, no? Oragon talaga.
And because of
Can we give a
God's
big hand to Senator Laila? So, ma'am, in September, it would have been, in February, it will have been 8 years sana. I want to go back to that moment when you found out that finally you were going to be released and you would regain your freedom. what was your first reaction? What was your first instinct?
When I was about to be freed. Okay, it's actually mixed feelings. Of course, it was a ecstatic moment. Finally, I'm freed after almost 7 years, after 6 years, 8 months, and 21 days, or a total of 2,454 days. So a feeling of undescribed ecstasy and joy. But at the same time, malungkot din po ako. Naghibingani ako. Kan nagluwas na ako from the PNP Custodial Center. Why?
Is it
was-
because of the 20 cats?
Yes.
Na 5 lang yung nadala mo?
More than 20 cats na tagak ko duman sa custodial center. Yung mga stray cats na mga inalagaan ko, they were really my friends, they were really my companions, loyal companions, lalo na kan panahon kan pandemic na mayong mga bisita, total lockdown. So sinda lang ang mga nakakaulay ko at so I felt so bad until now. Pag narurumduman ko sinda, napapaluha ako. I could not bring all of them home. I could only bring 5 of them. My favorites.
My favorites. You also have your favorites pala. So anyway, ito ma'am, I've been wanting to, because when we met you, when we visited you there, you were so sure that you did not intend to run, not even for Senate or for any position at all. What changed your mind and made you decide to run for party list?
It was not an easy decision because as I said, I didn't have any plans. And I feel that I'm still rebuilding my life. Inaayos ko pa tong buhay ko na sinira ninda. Grabe yung pagkasira ninda. Yung aking pagkatao, binastos ninda. And all sorts of character assassination were foisted upon me. So, I wanted to, just be quiet and enjoy my private life. Pero, yun nga, katulad nung nasabi ko kasubago, ay nung in-approach ako kan mga kasamahan ko sa LP, if I could be the nominee number 1 of ML, and realizing that it would be more challenging and at the same time more fulfilling for me. Because, when you talk about party list, it's about marginalized sectors, representing them, giving voice to the voiceless. Ang definition kan social justice, those that have less in life must have more in laws. So naging challenge sa kuya na this time around I'll be working closely with the marginalized sectors, hearing them out and come out with yung mga legislations that could really benefit them. And I will be working on the core advocacy of social justice. Yan ang pinaka-advokasya kan ML, because we're talking here about marginalized sectors. So na-challenge ako, and it would give me a platform for pursuing further my core advocacy, especially human rights and social justice.
Thank you. Regardless, we're just happy that you decided to run. Sana po reconsider mo ulit mag-Senate after you become a congresswoman. Because we need more people like you in the...
Tingnan na lang natin.
Apo.
Ringkunada naman ata yung nasabi ko, no?
Okay, okay lang yan, Sen. Manay pala, Manay. Bakit po pala Manay? You want to stick with Ate Bicolana branding of... why do you want to be called Manay Laila?
Ganun lang ang mga nakita yan ng mga kasamahan ko. And then Manay Laila, ML can also represent Manay Laila.
Right, correct.
But ML is actually mamamayang liberal.
Tama,
But
tama.
pwede rin daw na Manay Laila. At sa mga kabataan, pwede rin daw na Mobile Legends. Di ba? Sino ba mga dito ng Mobile Legends?
Mga ML
Katapos.
players.
Just remember Mobile Legends. Yes.
Ayan, thank you. Sen, Manay, there's a question from the crowd. Allow me to read it. The opposition is banking on the support of the youth demographic. But even the youth demographic is not a united front. what tangible measures are the opposition bloc taking to ensure that the observable youth idealism will reflect on the election polls and more so in the election results? This is excluding efforts to visit universities and more about gaining support of youth members who are not as supportive of the opposition or those who are rather apathetic. So aside from mga university and academic events daw, what do you think other activities could you do or could the opposition do to secure the youth demographic?
Okay. Ang dialogue kasi importante yan. Conversations, always conversations. And we hear a lot of ideas. We would hear divergent views. And ito nga, ang information ko about BU, sabi sa ko ni Doc Ophel, is BU is a very woke generation.
Sobra.
So maswerte ang mga qualified candidates because BU students would be able to really discern who exactly are deserving. So continued dialogue. And all they need is more information about candidates, about platforms, and about the state of the nation, especially the state of Philippine politics, the state of Philippine economy, the state of Philippine education. And then if you let them in sa mga discourses na yan at conversations, you will get a lot of ideas from them. And that would in turn encourage or propel them to more active engagement.
Taking off from that, I'm very proud to share that when the University Student Council conducted a poll last 2022 for their top senatoriables, your name was among the top. So, and Francia and I were talking kanina na it just feels so surreal to see you here now because during the campaign, ang buhat namin, ma'am, yung standee mo. As in talagang kinakampanya namin. It feels so weird na parang grabe yung pangangampanya namin doon sa karton. Tapos, and now seeing you here, hearing your voice, hearing your
In flesh.
advocacies, impassioned speech, grabe po. We're just so grateful.
Salamat. Salamat kan mga nag-attend kan mga rallies kito. Aram nindo pinapadarhan na lang nila ako kan na mga
Videos, pictures, yeah.
mayong video.
Nakaganon,
Basta mo. And by the way, I was deprived of the use of all types of electronic gadgets. Mayo akong cellphone, mayo akong laptop, mayo akong tablet,
How would you keep
mayo
in-
akong television, mayo akong radio. Gabus yan, mayo.
So how would you keep in
it's
touch with the outside
handwritten.
world, ma'am?
It's all handwritten
Dispatches.
communications.
Right.
Yung mga instructions ko sa staff ko sa Senado, these are all
So even the laws that you wrote by hand?
Handwritten. And
Wow.
of course, some of the laws are being drafted by my staff.
And then re-review
Tapos
mo na lang.
pinapadala na lang sa ko
Right.
for review. Pero my
Nice.
corrections are all handwritten. So back to basics, kaya nagkakalyo-kalyo nga ni ang aking kamay.
Ma'am, there's another question. To address the education crisis in the Philippines, a paradox often arises with the reality that education is often held with privilege. Therefore, how can we aim or attain for a more politically educated voter base without making this alienated?
What is the last one? I didn't
Without making others feel alienated or parang without antagonizing people. How can we aim or attain more politically educated voters without making others feel alienated?
Well, just give them the reality. I mean, it's a call really to be more honest and more candid in your evaluation of the Philippine situation. And then, and the youth are able to discern now, actually, the what is right, what is just, what is wrong, and whether it is something that is, against the interest of our country, the national interest, or the interest of the majority of the people.
But in doing so, siguro we have to do away with the elitist mindset, right? Because sometimes that tends to, instead of encouraging people, it tends to parang mas nadidetach tuloy sila.
Talking about that, kaya nga naisipan ng LP na magtayo din
Party list.
Party list
Right.
is because, to bring it closer to the marginalized
Marginalized
sectors.
sector.
Dahil ang LP, Araman Nindo, has been demonized by the past administration. Kung ano-ano man ang mga labels sa partido, katulad ng pagiging elitist. So we want to reverse that narrative. We want to undo yung epekto ng demonization kan LP.
Right. So,
tama lang.
siguro ma'am, last point na lang po. Your release was made possible under the Marcos administration. Many naysayers, cynics would say na baka maging subservient na si Senator Laila to Marcos or his policies or his administration. And what can you say about him parang rebranding himself as an advocate for human rights?
Well, okay. About yung whether I'll be subservient, but I have to be honest. That's why I have to actually express gratitude. Immediately, as soon as I was released last November 13, 2023, I said so. I thank the BBM administration for leaving the judiciary alone, for not interfering sa kaso ko. They nag-interfere, unlike the previous administration. So in that sense, it was able to help. Because now the judge felt free to do what is right, felt free to come out with that judgment of acquittal. So in that sense, I'm thankful. But being subservient to this administration, I think dahilan ninda ako bisto. I will not, because I don't know kung naaram po nindo, there was an offer for me earlier to avail of either house arrest or hospital arrest. But I graciously decline it. It was not acceptable to me also because, I wanted to be vindicated. I want the courts to say that I am innocent of the charges. So if I accepted yung offer na yan, can house arrest or hospital
Parang may
arrest.
semblance of guilt.
Yes, may semblance, and also there's a political debt involved there, right? And I don't want that. So itong nila for human rights, I hope they are consistent about it. At least nag-iba yung approach sa war on drugs. Daina bako na itong punitive, bako na itong violence. Bihira na kita diit na lang ang mga nangyayari na mga EJKs. There are still killings, pero igwa pa. But at least we cannot say that this is a state-sanctioned killings, unlike before. I hope they would be consistent. I hope also that they would change their position on the ICC.
Right.
Because if they truly believe in human rights, if they truly uphold human rights, then there must be concern about the serving of justice to the thousands of the victims of the war on drugs.
Right. So, on that note, ma'am, what is your message now to everyone?
Ito lang po. The 2025 elections is a very crucial electoral or political exercise. So game changer actually ito. So much is at stake kan sa tuyang nasyon kung salak na naman ito mga iboboto. We are each of us is a particle of sovereignty. So let's not waste our votes and spread the word about who exactly are the deserving candidates, especially in the Senate. Daita po sayangin ang satong mga boto.
Mga boto. On that note, we would like to thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much po for joining us this
Mabalos
afternoon.
mantabi, mabalos.
Ma'am, please stay lang po for the awarding and token. Anyway, nanonood pa kayo ng Quadcom hearings dati? Nakita niyo yung inampahan ni Duterte tapos merong nag-viral doon na tumaas yung kilay na babae. She's over there. She's over there. Staff siya ni Senator Laila, yung gumanon. Si Rachelyn, si Rach. Siya rin ang nagpa-experience kay ma'am mag-samgyupsal. So anyway, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, Manay Laila. How about a round of applause, please? And now, let us now move on to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, Certificate of Appreciation is hereby given to Manay Laila for giving their invaluable time and expertise as one of our guests of honor during the symposium entitled What's Up Pinas, a National Situationer in the 2025 elections, given this 14th day of January 2025 at Bulwagang Biwenyo, Bicol University, Legazpi City, signed by Howard Tuangki, the founder and head writer of Writers PH, and Stacey Daniel V. Alamares, the chairperson of Student Region. To award the Certificate of Appreciation, may call on the business manager of the University Student Council, Ms. Aiza Manata, the external vice chairperson, Casey Maxine Mendones, and the Deputy Secretary General, Bea Matronio, and the Public Information Officer of USC, Kyle Broad.
There you go, partner. I believe we just ended the first part of our program tonight or today because we still have two more speakers to listen to, and they will be comprehensively discussing the technicalities of the national situationer.
Yes, the economic perspective and the socio-political perspective of our country.
That is
I hope
correct. But before that, we would like to once again thank Manay Laila for gracing our event today. Palakpakan po natin.
I believe Senator Laila will be also having his talk in Tabaco tomorrow to having voters education with the fellow youth there. What if, diba? Punta tayo kung meron tayong time. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, on our next segment of this event, we will dig deeper on the national situation of our country, specifically on the economic perspective and the socio-political perspective of the Philippines. We have invited professors, known professors in this field. So I hope that everyone is still interested. And ako, personally, as a public administration student, I am very, very excited to listen a bunch of knowledge and insights from these known professors.
That is correct, partners. So now, without much further ado, let's move on to our next guest of honor. Now, to introduce him today, I would like to call in the vice head writer of Writers PH. Ladies and gentlemen, and to introduce to us our next guest of honor.
But before anything else, bibitinin muna natin sila ng onte para sa ating next guest of honor because we had invited a talented person that is also a pride of Bicol University.
Yes. We've been hearing his voice from the events of Bicol University, actually in and out of Bicol region.
Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand to James Regan Hako.
Isa lang
ang ating lahi, isa lang ang ating Kung ang tinig mo'y di naririnig, ano nga bang halaga ng buhay sa daigdig? Darating ba ang isa ngayon at magbabago ang panahon kung ang bawat pagdaing ay laging pabulong? Aanhin ko pa dito sa mundo ang mga matang nakikita'y di totoo. May ngiting luha ang likuran at pagkayang tanong ay kailan, bakit di natin isabog ang pagmamahal? Ng tanaw ang buhay, mundo ay puno ng saya, gawing makulay. Isa lang ang ating lahi, isa lang ang ating ibig. Bakit di pagmamahal ang ihalay mo? Bago na ang tulayan siyang nais ko, ang pagdamay sa kapal nandyan sa talat niya. Hindi ba't ang kape ay mayroong wakas? Pagkatapos ng dilim ay may liwanag. Araw ay agad magsisikat, ilawan ang ating landas. Minahal sa bawat nating pangarap. Sundan mo ang tawag, ang buhay. Mundo ay puno ng saya, gawing makulay. Isa lang ang ating lahi, isa lang ang ating libig. Bakit di pagmamahal ang ihalay mo? Bago na ang tulayan siyang nais ko, ang pagdamay sa kapal nandyan sa talat na. Sundan mo ang panahon, buhay puno ng saya, gawing makulay. Isa lang ang ating lahi, isa lang ang ating libig. Bakit di pagmamahal ang ihalay mo? Bago na ang tunay siyang nais ko, ang pagdamay sa kapal nandyan sa talat mo. Sa talat mo. There are times I find it hard to sleep at night. We are living through such troubled times, and every child that reaches out for someone to hold, for one moment they become my own. And how can I pretend that I don't know what's going on
seconds, and every minute, I know the soul is gone. And I believe that in my life I will sing. Head into hopelessness, of giving up, of suffering. If we are sad together this one time, then none will get behind. Stand up for now. Stand up for love. And I'm inspired and hope for reaches every day. That's how I know that things are gonna change. And how can I pretend that I don't know what's going on when every second and every minute I know the sun is down, and I believe that in my life I will see. You've been to hopelessness, of giving up, of suffering. If we are sad together this one time, then what we can left behind. Stand up for love. Stand up for love. And it all starts right here. And it all starts right now. One person stand up there, the rest will follow. For love to forget it, for love to love. I'm gonna save the song, and I believe that in my life I will sing. And into hopelessness, of giving up, of suffering. If we lost sight together this one time, then what will get behind. Stand up for love. Stand up and see love. Stand up for love, for love, for love.
There you go. That's James Regan. Ako, maraming salamat for that beautiful talent you just shared to us this afternoon. Partner,
Galing niya, no? Parang kaya mo din, Miss Francia. Kaya mo din ba yun?
kaya ko rin siya.
But anyways, mas kaya pa natin, I believe, na makinig sa ating next guest of honors, ladies and gentlemen. Kaya naman, let us find our most comfortable seats because, ladies and gentlemen, this is facts and figures. Medyo technical yung magiging discussion natin, but I believe, lalong-lalo na sa aking mga public administration fellows na itong magiging next topics natin ay talagang magagamit natin on our next semesters. Kaya naman,
That is correct. So now to introduce to us the next speaker, would like to call in Mr. Christopher Diliaco Flores.
Isigaw mo sa hangin, tumindig at magsilbing liwanag sa dilim.
Good afternoon po again. Okay. Ito po na susunod na speaker natin, isang kaibigan din, personal friend. Ito po si Dr. Cielo Magno. Dr. Cielo Magno is an associate professor at the University of the Philippines School of Economics. She served as Undersecretary of the Department of Finance. She represents the civil society in the Global Steering Committee of the Open Government Partnership and is the co-chair of the Global Steering with the Government of Spain. She serves as member of the International Board of the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative for 7 years and as an advisor and an advisory committee member of the CONEX Global Initiative. She sits in the board of various organizations including Bantay Kita, Action for Economic Reforms, Center for Energy, Ecology and Development, and Peace Equity Holdings, and Tanghalang Pilipino. She has more than 25 years of experience in research and policy. She has a broad experience in working for governments, the private sector, and civil society. She completed her master's degree in economics from the University of the Philippines School of Economics and her PhD in law and public policy from Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts, as a Fulbright scholar. Cielo is a bonsai enthusiast and loves to play the piano and the saxophone. Nung una ko pong nakilala to si Cielo, something reminded me, no, of something. She reminded me of something. Tapos naalala ko, duda ko Bicolana to. Then nag-click pa, malamang, nag-bio din to. Kasi di ba yun yung concept ng babaeng taga-bio, matalino at maganda, di ba? So yan. But anyway, yung talaga natin is she's a very talented and very brilliant economist. Basta right now in the country, si Cielo is the people's economist. So anyway, please Cielo.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. May PowerPoint slides ako kasi pinapanindigan ko yung pagiging professor, di ba? So may recitation din tayo. Sinong mga econ majors dito? Very good. Natandaan ko kayo. Alright. I wanna discuss first the relationship between governance and corruption and why this is relevant to you. Okay? Why governance and corruption matters. According to data, if you look at the data of all the countries in the world, at kapag iniskoran natin sila sa corruption, yung mga bansang may high level of corruption, ang per capita income nila, on average, is only about $1,500. Yung mga bansang mababa ang korupsyon, ang average annual GDP per capita nila, halos $30,000. So imagine nyo yung implikasyon nyo, kung nakatira kayo sa mga bansang mababa ang korupsyon, magkano yung potential annual average income nyo? Kumpara sa bansa katulad ng Pilipinas, tayo andito, right? So dun pa lang may basehan na kayo para labanan ng korupsyon. Pangalawang data, bakit importante ang global competitiveness? Kasi global competitiveness is an indicator kung paano makaka-attract ng investment ang isang bansa. Bakit importante ang foreign investment? Bakit importante ang foreign investment? Yan ang magbibigay sa inyo ng trabaho after you graduate. No? So kung hindi tayo competitive, walang trabaho. Ano yung sinasabi dito? Yung mga bansang mababa ang korupsyon, they're more competitive. They're more attractive sa mga foreign investors. Ito, study ko to. Nasaan na yung mga econ majors? Paki-explain yung equation. Gusto ko lang patunayan na economist ako. Ay. So this is a regression equation. Ginawa ko to kasi pinag-uusapan yung charter change. Di ba yan yung flagship program ng gobyerno? Para daw mag-attract ng foreign investment. Okay, so anong ginawa ko dito? I looked at 126 countries from 1996 to 2019. At tiningnan ko kung ano yung mga factors na nakakatulong para maka-attract ng foreign investment. So anong hula nyo? What are the factors that would contribute to attracting foreign investment? Human capital, 'di ba? Ano yung kalidad ng edukasyon, infrastructure, etc., etc. Ang importante dito sa findings na to, while importante yung tariff, infrastructure, human capital, isa sa pinaka-importante and even has a stronger effect, pivotal role in attracting investment is yung quality of governance. Again, it goes back to corruption. So napaka-importante talaga na labanan ng korupsyon. Ito pa, relationship between budget deficit and corruption. Bakit importante yung budget deficit? Ano ibig sabihin ng budget deficit? Nasaan na yung mga econ majors? Budget deficit, kapag hindi tumutugma yung revenue sa ginagastos ng gobyerno. O, sabi dito, the bigger the budget deficit, the more corrupt the government. Bakit nagmamatter to sa inyo? Kayo magbabayad niyan pag nagtrabaho kayo. This is where your taxes will go, pangbayad ng utang ng Pilipinas. So, gusto nyo ng walang korupsyon para mas mababa ang deficit. Mas maganda yung ini-invest sa atin. Okay? So, nasan ngayon tayo sa Pilipinas? Ano yung kalagayan ng governance and corruption sa Pilipinas? Kailangan data-driven tayo. Madaling sabihin na napaka-corrupt ng Pilipinas. But we have to be evidence-based. This is the Transparency International Survey. The higher the score, the more corrupt a country is. Okay? Madalas nating madinig, mala Singapore na daw ang Pilipinas. Naniniwala ba kayo doon? That's fake news. Okay? Singapore, hulaan niyo ako nasa na Singapore dito. The higher the score, the more corrupt. Singapore is the blue line. Nasaan ang Pilipinas? Green line. Yay! Highest scorer sa ASEAN 5. And the data is from 2010 to 2020. Pero ano pa yung noticeable dito? Beginning 2010, pababa ng 2014-2015, our score actually improved. Nabawasan yung corruption sa Pilipinas. Actually, mas mataas ang Indonesia than us. Kaya lang, after that, anong nangyari? Tumaas. Ano yung difference? There's a change in administration. Ito yung sinasabi ni Senator Kiko, na nagmamatter yung quality ng politiko na ini-elect natin. Okay? And this is the Transparency International. This one is another measure of corruption from World Bank. Baligtad naman. The higher the score, the better is the control of corruption. Okay? So, nasa ng Singapore? The green line. Nasa ng Pilipinas? The red line. Yay! So among the ASEAN 5, Philippines is perceived as the most corrupt. Pero again, beginning 2010 to 2015, nag-improve ang score. After 2015, 2016, nagbago, bumagsak. Okay? And this is consistent with all the measures of governance. Voice and accountability, the ability of people to demand, to criticize government. Dati highest scorer tayo dito. So tingnan nyo yung Philippines, yung red line. Taas ng score natin, no? But again, beginning 2016, it started to deteriorate.
political stability and absence of violence. Di ba sabi nila tahimik na tahimik sa Pilipinas nung panahon ni Duterte? Ano yung sinasabi ng data? Color red. We are one of the most politically unstable and violent country. And it got worse again beginning 2016. Okay? Government effectiveness, again, Singapore is the green line, Philippines is the red line. Again, beginning 2016. Dito, Indonesia yung yung kulelat But beginning 2016 tayo na. Di ba nakaka-proud? Oh, regulatory quality. Singapore, Philippines. Rule of law. Singapore, Philippines. Freedom of the World Index. Bumabagsak ang Philippines. So anong masasabi natin? Ano yung conclusion based sa data? Oh, valedictorian ng Philippines sa corruption. Diba? We are one of the worst. Worst in ASEAN 5. And in recent years, we can see the significant decline associated with the Duterte administration. Paano natin susugpuin ng korupsyon? Based sa literature, kailangan palakasin yung boses natin, kailangan kaya nating mag-demand sa gobyerno. Kaya lang ngayon, iba na yung forma ng suppression Kasi nakakapagsalita naman tayo. Kaya lang kayo, bakit kayo takot magsalita sa social media? Well, pwede kayong i-red tag, pwede kayong i-kidnap, bigla na lang kayong ma-desaparecidos, ano pa? Mabubuli kayo ng mga trolls. Kahapon nag-post ako, meron akong taxonomy ng trolls. If you follow me on social media, did you see it? Meron akong bagong thesis publication, Taxonomy of Trolls. Ano ang tawag sa mga trolls na mahilig magmura at walang argument? Batang can-trolls. Ano ang tawag sa mga trolls na, meron kasing mga trolls sa wall ko na English ng English, tapos di ko maintindihan kung ano yung point. Basta nag-English lang sila. Diba? Anong tawag sa mga trolls na yon? Louis V. Trolls. Kasi pa-social sila. Ano naman ang tawag sa mga trolls na walang ginawa kung hindi magpapuri ng, halimbawa si BBM, lahat na lang maganda ginawa niya. Si Duterte, lahat. Ang tawag sa mga yon, chinek mo na praise the trolls. Yan. So bahagi ng space na yan, ng malayang pamamahayag natin, yung takot sa mga bagay na to. At sa Pilipinas, isang problema din yan. Dito din makikita natin yung relationship ng control of corruption and press freedom. Okay? So ngayon, gusto kong i-relate. Ito yung foreign direct investment. Globally, actually, bumababa na ang foreign direct investment. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Ibig sabihin, yung mga bansa will have to compete for the declining foreign investments that's available. Anong nangyari sa Pilipinas? Ayaw ba talaga natin ng, dilawan at saka kakamping? This is the foreign investment situation sa Pilipinas. Okay? Beginning 1990. 1990 hanggang 2010. So-so lang. 2010, 2016. Tumaas. Ang laki ng tinaas. Associated with improvement in governance. What happened in 2016? Bumagsak. Bumagsak ang foreign investment, and that was before the pandemic. No? What happened in 2016? Duterte got elected. So kung hindi kayo makahanap na, sinabi ko lang yung Duterte, kumidlat na. Whatever. Anyway. Okay. Ito pa yung isang problema ko sa current administration at yung agenda nila na charter change lang for foreign investment. Okay? Ang sinasabi dito, importante yung macroeconomic conditions, tariffs,
institutional quality. Ang problema din, hindi sapat na binababa lang natin yung tariff natin. Bakit? Kasi kung kaya nating ibaba yung tax natin, kaya din niyang gawin ng Thailand. Kaya din niyang gawin ng Vietnam. So ang tawag dyan ay race to the bottom. Nag-uunahan yung mga bansa sa pagbababa ng tax. Pero batay sa pag-aaral, kung gusto natin maka-attract ng investment, kailangan overqualified yung labor force natin. Ibig sabihin, kailangan mag-invest yung gobyerno sa human capital, sa tao. Ano ang investment sa human capital? Health and education. Okay? Hindi yan nangyayari ngayon. Maliban doon, kailangan din na mag-invest tayo sa high technology. Ang nangyayari sa Vietnam, they're getting a lot of investment in high-tech. Di ba yung mga nag-exit sa China? Pero ba't hindi sa Pilipinas pumupunta? Kasi wala namang counterpart investment yung ginagawa ng gobyerno natin sa technology. Sinong pupunta dito if we have the slowest internet in the world? Diba? So kahit mag-travel pa ng mag-travel, si President Marcos, wala talagang pupuntang investment dito sa Pilipinas. Kasi binabudget cut natin ng education, tinanggalan natin ng pondo ang PhilHealth, at pinakamabagal ang internet natin sa buong mundo. Common sense, di ba? So kung si Presidente nag-lit review, malalaman niya kung ano yung dapat na ginagawa niya. Ito pa yung isang problema ko, and this is one of the reasons why I resigned at the Department of Finance. Ang gusto ng gobyerno, magbigay lang ng magbigay ng incentives sa companies without thinking of the domestic industry. Halimbawa, may papasok na kumpanya sa Pilipinas. Halimbawa, Unilever. Gusto niyang magbenta ng shampoo sa Pilipinas. Dapat ba bigyan mo yan ng corporate tax holiday? Zero tax? Dapat ba bibigyan mo? Sasabihin, maggagawa kami ng trabaho sa Pilipinas eh. Dapat ba bigyan mo yun ng income tax holiday just because it's a multinational company? Hindi. Ang tawag sa mga investment na yan, market-seeking investment. Ibig sabihin, pumupunta sila dito kasi gusto nila magbenta sa atin. Kung gusto nila magbenta sa atin, ba't bibigyan mo pa ng tax holiday? Diba? That's one. Second, pag binigyan mo yan ng tax holiday, papatayin yan yung local industry natin. So, hindi mo yan dapat bigyan. Another example, kung may investor ka sa mining, pupunta dito, marami kayong ginto dito sa Rapu-Rapu, kailangan mo bang bigyan ng tax holiday? O hindi? Multinational, mag-i-invest sa mining, kukunin yung mga ginto nyo. Hindi, kasi hindi naman yan makakalipat sa Cambodia dahil wala namang ginto sa Cambodia. Kailangan nila yung ginto dito. So pwede mo yung i-tax ng i-tax, right? So yan yung mga bagay na dapat kinukonsidera. Bakit ko yan kinukwento? Mamaya, babalikan ko yan sa fiscal policy. Another important econ issue is inflation. Econ majors. Is inflation bad? No. Why? Why? Diba? Inflation, anong definition ng inflation? The rate of increase in the price of good. Alam nyo, pag tumataas yung presyo ng bilihin, may dalawang possible explanation. Yung isa, demand side. Pwedeng yumayaman tayo. At dahil yumayaman tayo, dati isang manok lang kinakain nyo sa isang araw, ngayon kaya nyo nang kumain ng 2 manok. Diba? Kaso yung manok, hindi naman yan napuproduce agad. Kailangan mo na mangitlog ng manok. Kailangan i-hatch yung itlog. Diba? So kailangan mo ng 2 buwan bago magkamanok. So yung adjustment period to meet the demand, yun ang nagkukos ng inflation. Pero kung yung dahilan ng inflation ay feeling nyo mas mayaman na kayo, that's good inflation. Demand-driven inflation. Ano yung hindi magandang inflation? Kung may demand, may supply. So kung kulang ng supply, tataas ang presyo ng bilihin. Okay? At sabi ng BSP, lahat ng inflation natin ay supply-driven. Bakit? Di ba kinokontrol ng gobyerno kung sino ang pwedeng mag-import ng bigas? Kinokontrol nila sino ang pwedeng mag-import ng sibuyas. Kinokontrol nila sino ang pwedeng mag-import ng asukal. So kinokontrol mo yan, anong implication yan? May kumikita sa bawat pagtaas ng presyo. Kaya importanteng i-analyze natin kung ano ba yung dahilan ng pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin. Okay? So ito, tumaas ang presyo ng baboy kasi nilimit ng DA. Ito, sabi natin kanina, kailangan gumagastos ang gobyerno, di ba? Pero nangungulekta din siya ng tax. Ito na yung history ng utang natin. Kasi madalas magtanong, bakit noong panahon din naman ni Cory may utang 1986 to 2023, June. Kaninong administrasyon ng may pinakamalaking utang? Mas malalim, mas malaki yung utang. Ha? So ito na yung mga babayaran nyo pag nagtrabaho kayo. Ito yung accumulated debt natin. Ha? Ito rin yung isa pa sa pinaka-importanting role ng gobyerno sa economics. Sino gusto mag-interpret nito? Nasaan na yung mga economists dito? Meron tayong dalawang graph. Dito nagkakwentuhan sila eh. Di ba ganun yun, tinatawag ng teacher yung nagdadaldalan? Explain. O sige, explain. Explain the graph. Hindi yung graph, hindi yung picture. This one. Describe mo lang, describe.
Alam mo, bobo ako masama. Ayun po, ma'am, si Sir Ivan.
Mas magaling daw siya. Okay. Hindi to specific sa Philippines, no? Ayan, yung nagbo-volunteer. Call a friend.
Yung gap between the gap between the upper class and the middle class and the lower class is still highly expanding to the point na very unbalanced na yung scale regarding yung share ng wealth based on the population.
Very good. Okay. Itong kaliwang graph natin, global to ha, sinasabi niya na yung mga tao na may at least $1 million, 1% of the total population. Yung 11%, yung definition ng middle class. And they have at least $100,000. Itong orange, yung poor. Ang definition niyan, at least meron kang $10,000 to $100,000. And then you have the miserable. Nasaan kayo? Sa miserable. 55% of the global population belongs to the miserable. Okay? Ano naman yung ibig sabihin ng kabilang graph? Ano ibig sabihin? 46% of the global wealth is owned by the 1%. If you combine the millionaires and the middle class, that's 12%. And they own 85% of the global wealth. Kaya importante yung role ng government sa redistribution. At dyan pumapasok ang, health, education, at minsan, ayuda. Okay? Pero pag nagpamigay ng ayuda, ano ang goal? Vote buying. Kapag ang nagpapamigay, sino? Yung nagpapamigay ng akap. Sino? Zaldico? Sino yun? Kayo ha? Oo. Kasi kapag nagpapamigay ka ng ayuda, ang goal mo dapat umaangat, nag-exit sa kahirapan. Pero kung ang tao lalong naghihirap, they're not doing a good job. Okay? So, kung ganun ang sitwasyon natin, ano yung solusyon? Palaki ng palaki yung utang, hindi tayo attractive sa investors, ang laki ng problema in terms of wealth and inequality. Sabi ni Recto, ay, no new taxes tayo. Okay? Palaki yung deficit, lumalaki yung gastos, pero no new taxes. Pero alam niyo ba kung ano yung ginawa ni Speaker Romualdez sa House of Representatives? Hindi lang no new taxes, binaba pa niya ang royalty na babayaran ng mining companies. At yan ang konkretong example ng matinding korupsyon sa Pilipinas. Okay? Kasi yung mga iilan, may conflict of interest, sila pa yung nakikinabang. Meron pa actually bagong news, kinakareer to nila Kong Joey ngayon sa house eh. Dapat mag-a-attend ako doon kaninang maga. Kasi sabi ko pupunta ako dito. Sa batas natin, sa sin tax law, kailangan regularly tumataas ang tax ng YOSI, tobacco. Bakit? Kasi according to the World Health Organization, kailangan yung tax burden o yung tax ay 70% ng produkto para hindi kayo mag-YOSI. Eh sabi ng gobyerno, ay maraming illegal na tobacco. Huwag na lang natin itaas yung tax. So hindi nila itataas ang tax ng tobacco. Ang galing ng timing, di ba? Pre-election. Sino makikinabang sa policy na yan? Definitely hindi tayo. Kasi kailangan natin ng revenue eh. Kailangan natin ng pambayad dun sa inuutang ng gobyerno. Sino makinabang? Tobacco companies. Kasi hindi sila mabayad ng tax. Sino pa? O di yung champion ng batas, kasi may donation na siya from the tobacco companies. Diba? O ito na yung bagong budget natin. Quick lesson. Yung budget natin has 3 components, major. The appropriated portion, ito yung may siguradong pondo. Yung may debt servicing, ito yung automatic, kailangan mong bayaran yung mga inuutang mo. And yung unprogrammed. Yung unprogrammed, ito yung nakaabang. Just in case mag-decide ka mag-overtime, may extra money ka, gagastusin mo yon. Bawat trip, ganyan. Okay? Ganon din yung government. Meron siyang program, automatic, and program. Alam niyo kung ano nangyayari ngayon beginning the Marcos administration? Ito yung GAA 2020. And this is why, yung sinabi ni Sen Kiko, na it matters kung ano yung klase ng gobyerno nyo, because this started during the Marcos administration. Foreign-assisted projects. Ito yung mga big infra-ticket projects. Alam nyo ba, if nakikinig kayo sa podcast ko, Pilipinas ang may pinakaunang plan to have a subway. First plan, di ba, pang Guinness? Kasi yung plan natin hanggang ngayon di pa na-i-implement. Plan pa rin siya, may subway na ang Hong Kong, may subway na ang Singapore. So sa atin, plano pa rin. Yung isa sa mga foreign-assisted projects na yan, yung Metro Manila Subway, yung mga highways connecting our island provinces, yung mga minimension ng presidente sa speech niya, yung mga program na yan, nalipat sa unprogrammed appropriation. Kaya tinatanong ko yung presidente, di ba pinsan naman kayo ni Speaker Romualdez? Di ba kayo nagte-text? Di ba sinabi na, ito yung priority ko, cuz. Bakit nyo nilagay sa unprogrammed? Ang funny doon, hindi lang yun, nalaman na natin yun ng 2024, same pa rin, 2025, nasa unprogrammed pa rin siya. Diba? Parang napaka-smart. Kaso, ang problema dyan, inutang na natin yan. So nagbabayad na tayo ng interest ngayon, kahit hindi siya na-i-implement. Ang galing, di ba? Very smart. Ano pa yung mga nawalan ng pondo? PhilHealth, 40 billion nalipat sa MAIP. yung may guarantee letter na kailangan. AFP modernization, calamity fund, lahat na to nabawasan, na-realign sa flood control, DPWH, House of Representatives, dinagdagan pa nila yung sarili nila by 12 billion, Senate by 2.1 billion. Ayuda, yung AKAP, 26 billion, tsaka AIX, 9 billion. This is the 2024 budget. For 2025, akala mo na tauhan kasi nag-ingay-ingay na tayo, mas lumala. DepEd by 12 billion, DA 22 billion, DSWD 94 billion. Ito yung 50 billion for peace plus 30 plus billion of various DSWD projects. Sabi ni Speaker, priority ang ayuda. Pero binawasan yung ayuda ng DSWD, nilipat sa AIX, MAIP, tupad. Okay? PhilHealth, zero. Tinanggal to lahat. So ito yung mga pondo na tinanggal, nilipat lahat dito. Diba? Ano yung makukonclude natin? What is happening? Ang nangyayari dito, na malinaw ay sinisira ng gobyerno yung mga institutionalized program. PhilHealth is a universal healthcare program. Tinatanggalan ng pondo, nilalagay dun sa pondo ng programa na kung saan kailangan mong mamalimos sa mga politiko bago makapakinabang. Yung 4-piece diretso sa ATM mo, tinanggalan ng pondo. Doon ka sa AKA para pipila ka muna bago ka magkaroon ng assistance. Diba? Education. To defend their argument na pinakamalaki pa rin ang education, sinama nila sa computation ang budget ng PMA, Philippine National Police Academy, Development Academy of the Philippines, kasama daw yun lahat, Local Government Academy, budget daw yan sa education. Last time I checked, PMA is about national security. Diba? Anong ibig sabihin nun? Naggagaguhan lang tayo sa pag-define ng education budget. Okay? Ito yung unprogrammed appropriation. Beginning 2010, ganito lang yung unprogrammed. Panahon ni Marcos, ito na yung unprogrammed. Okay? So ngayon, nilagay mo yung infra, yung sweldo ng mga teachers, yung sweldo ng health workers na due pa ng pandemic, nilagay mo sa unprogrammed. Anong gagawin nila? Maghahanap sila ngayon ng pondo. Kaya nila kinukuha yung 90 billion ng PhilHealth. Kaya nila kinuha yung 117 billion ng PDIC. Alam niyo ba kung ano yung PDIC? That's the Deposit Insurance Corporation. Parang kapag nagkaroon ng economic crisis, may guarantee yung pera mo na withdrawin. Kung kinuha ng gobyerno mo yung insurance, ano na mangyayari sa deposito mo? Diba? Lahat na. Yan. PhilHealth. Yung PhilHealth kasi may batas tayo, naka-define. Magkano yung dapat ina-allocate dito? That's 40% of our tax on tobacco and sugary product. 2019 hanggang 2022, tama yung binibigay nila. That's the orange bar. Beginning 2023, binawasan. Di na nila binigay yung sakto. 2024, binawasan ng 40 billion. 2025, wala na, zero. Okay? Orange yung budget ng PhilHealth. Yung green yung MAIP. Ano na naman masasabi niyo sa MAIP? Yung green bar yung MAIP. Ito yung guarantee letter. Bago ka makapagpagamot, bago ka mabigyan ng assistance, kailangan mong guarantee letter. MAIP has been increasing. Diba, pataas over the years. Ang malala, beginning 2024, mas malaki na yung MAIP sa subsidy ng government sa PhilHealth. Okay, what does it say? Ayaw ng gobyerno magkaroon kayo ng universal health care. Gusto niya manghingi kayo ng tulong sa mga politiko. Okay? So ano yung problema natin? How do we summarize the situation in the country? Ay, meron pa pala. Gusto ko malungkot kayo after my presentation. Ito alam nyo na to, di ba? Yung quality ng education natin, lowest tayo sa math, sa reading. Pero ito, alam nyo ba yung story ng stunting? Pag sinabihan kang stunted, ano mo ibig sabihin nun? Ibig sabihin parang bansot ka. Hindi tugma yung height mo sa edad. Ano yung implikasyon pag sinabihan kang stunted ka? Ibig sabihin, meron kang learning challenges. Likely na hindi ka makakatapos ng pag-aaral. Likely hindi ka makakagraduate ng high school. Ilan ang stunted na bata sa Pilipinas? Alam nyo? 1 in every 3 children stunted. 1/3. Okay? At kung titingnan mo yung poorest of the poor, to lowest 20%, kalahati ng mga bata doon stunted. So, ibig sabihin, kalahati ng mga bata sa bottom 20% hindi makakagraduate. Likely, hindi makakagraduate ng high school. Ang problema pa dito, ayan, so kahit may free tertiary education si Senbam, wala naman makaka-college kasi kalahati ng mga poor stunted. Diba? Ang problema pa dito, kung gusto nyo magkaroon ng intervention sa stunting, kailangan within the first 1,000 days ng bata. So that's the first 3 years of age. Dapat proper nutrition. Hindi ba dapat pinaprioritize to ng presidente? Kasi isipin nyo, sa future, ang laki ng problema ng future president. Ito yung human capital mo. Paano kang mag-a-attract ng investment kung stunted ang populasyon mo? Diba? Ba't dito pinaprioritize? Kasi, diba? Anyway, so to summarize, how do we describe our national situation? Ano natutunan natin? We are one of the most corrupt. Ayaw tayong puntahan ng foreign investor. Travel lang ng travel yung presidente. Hindi priority ang education. Hindi priority ang health. Sinisira natin ang mga institutions. Gusto natin na isang bansang walang dignidad. Dahil gusto natin nagmamakaawa ang mga tao sa politiko. At tayo ay magiging stunted nation. So anong gagawin natin? Ang sagot doon, anong gagawin natin? Revolusyon. Electoral revolution. Baka naman pakulong ako mamaya, may pulis na sa labas kasi sabi ko mag-revolution tayo. Electoral revolution. Kasi nakita naman natin, di ba? Napakalaki ng role ng leadership, ng politiko, sa klase ng polisiya na ini-implement. At sa sitwasyon natin ngayon, hindi na pwedeng team kasamaan or team kadiliman. Di ba? Gusto nyo bang maging stunted? Yung mga anak nyo, gusto nyo ng stunted children? Gusto nyo magkatrabaho? Yes. So, electoral revolution tayo. So I think these are my last slides. Kung gusto nyo ng additional readings, basahin nyo to mga references. Okay? And then follow me on social media. Maraming salamat.
All right.
At sa paghamon mo sa agos ng ating kasaysayan.
Galing. Good.
Ukit ka ng bagong
Kumusta? Thank you so much, Dr. Shallow Magna, for that very comprehensive discussion about the economic system of our nation. Now, let's move on to a different perspective of our national situation. To introduce our next guest of honor and our next resource speaker, may I call on Mr. James Indaya.
Sigaw mo sa hangin,
Diyos maray na hapon po sa Indogabos. Good afternoon, everyone. Our next speaker this afternoon is a renowned Filipino political scientist, a global columnist, academic, and policy advisor. He was awarded and recognized as one of the 10 outstanding young persons in the world in 2018 and the 10 outstanding young men in the Philippines in 2016. He is currently a senior lecturer at the University of the Philippines Asian Center and formerly a research fellow at National Chengchi University in Taiwan, and has delivered lectures at the world's leading universities, including Harvard, Stanford, Columbia, and Beijing universities. He is a columnist at the Philippine Daily Inquirer, TV host at One News TV5 Network, and has written for the world's leading publications such as the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Guardian, Foreign Affairs, and is a regular contributor to Al Jazeera English, Nikkei Asian Review, South China Morning Post, and the Straits Times. As a global affairs specialist, he has been interviewed by journalists such as Christian Amanpour, Fareed Zakaria, and Maria Ressa. As an accomplished author, his latest works are Asia's New Battlefield, published in 2015, The Rise of Duterte, a populist revolt against elite democracy, and the Indo-Pacific, Trump, China, and the New Global Struggle for Mastery. He is also a regular contributor to leading global think tanks such as the Center for Strategic and International Studies, Brookings Institution, and Council on Foreign Relations. And his forthcoming book is about confronting China, published in Melbourne University Press. Ladies and gentlemen, Biuenos and the rest of Albay, let us all welcome the rock star of political science, the millennial analyst, my idol, one and only Professor Richard Haydarian.
I must admit, I'm the real one.
Parang may natira pang ba tao? Alright, okay, I'll just put a timer here. Actually, I look forward to your responses later on, and also siguro a panel discussion with Cello, some back and forth. There's like 42 slides here. Ang discuss ko lang 4 na slides, alright? Kasi abutan tayo ng isang semester. So let me go right away to the very end of this discussion. Basically, yung theme ko for today is urgency and agency, right? So ano ibig sabihin ng agency? Anong kaya natin gawin or anong kailangan natin gawin para umasenso yung ating bansa, para gumanda yung kalagayan ng ating bansa. But the other thing I want to discuss is also urgency. Urgency, right? So right off the bat, parang Star Wars tayo, let's just start with the end of the story part, right? And then if later on we need, we can go back. You see, for a long time, sinasabi natin sa Pilipinas na swerte tayo dahil we have a perfect geography, right? We're in the middle of the East and the West and Pacific and the Indian Ocean and all of that. To a certain degree, that is true, and actually that's the reason why we were the precursor of the first true globalization. Before the galleon trade, the world was not fully integrated because the Americas were not part of it. Pero dahil sa atin, sa Manila, sa Vigan, nung panahon ng mga Espanyol via Mexico, we became essentially the entrepot of the world, right? Some role that is being played by countries like Singapore or Hong Kong or Dubai nowadays. So you can always argue that it's also good to be surrounded by ocean and waters kasi wala kang mga nakakainis na kapitbahay na pwede sumugod sa'yo any moment. So we can go on and on and on talking about how we're at the crossroads of civilizations. We have this fantastic connectivity, and at the same time, we're protected by oceans. Pero ito yung realidad. Nowadays, we are in the most contested geopolitical position on Earth, right? Actually, this lecture supposedly was gonna be about US-China competition. Wala tayong oras. I know you guys are exhausted. But I'll tell you what, if you look at it, this is so-called first island chain and second island chain. Para sa China, mahalaga na para maging tunay na superpower sila, they have to dominate the first island chain. For them, it's natural for every superpower to dominate its own immediate waters. The Romans did it in the Mediterranean, right? The Indians have been trying to do it in the Indian Ocean, the Russians in the Baltic, for instance, and the Black Sea, and then obviously with the Americans in the Caribbean and the Pacific Ocean. So para sa mga Chinese, wait lang. Bakit kayo lang? Dapat kami rin. In fact, historically, the Ming Dynasty had the dominant naval force in this part of the world. But the problem is, as you expand your perimeters of influence, you need cushion. And you are gonna hit into the sphere of influence of another country. And the thing with China is, gusto rin nila access to strategic resources, fisheries, oil, gas. If you look at all of these things, tignan nyo, kawawa ang Pilipinas kasi gitnang-gitna tayo ng two island chains that are being contested by the two superpowers of the world. So the Chinese, ngayon pa lang nafe-feel na natin sa West Philippine Sea, right? Pero, syempre yung China, gusto rin nila sakupin ang Taiwan. Dahil para sa kanila, yung Taiwan ay talagang kasama yan sa China. At the same time, they also have disputes with Japan in the East China Sea. Pero hindi pa tapos ang usapan dyan. Sa Benham Rise, sa Philippine Sea, aktibo din ang mga Chino. They have submarines, they have underground activities, they're trying to name features in the continental shelf. And the Americans, in the meantime, are also expanding their military presence here. In Guam, in Okinawa, and of course, the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, among other things kung saan naglalagay na sila ng missile systems. So what am I trying to tell you guys here? We have no luxury to be depressed. Right? Alam ko, madaling pag-usapan na tayong pinaka-corrupt, tayong pinaka-walang kwentang leaders, tayong ganito, ganyan. My worry is, we cannot afford to be depressed because we are in the cauldron of a great power competition. And we cannot also afford to be sabog, wasak. We have to be as unified as we can get. Because as we speak, Manila is like a Berlin. The best spies of China are being deployed to Manila as we speak. The best American operatives are in the Philippines. The Duterte-Marcos competition cannot be separated from US-China competition. The US supports Marcos, whether it's Trump, whether it's Marcos, because Marcos supports America's strategy in the region, which is to contain or constrain China. And the Dutertes, obvious naman eh. Sinong minamahal nila? Naalala niyo yung speech ni Sara Duterte? Si Sara Duterte, wala siyang sinabi whatsoever sa West Philippine Sea, but I heard her speak Chinese. Yung nag-order sa Chowking. Like, I was talking to my Chinese friend and they said, parang na-EJK yung Mandarin. Like parang the way she pronounced, but at least nag-effort siya, di ba? So, medyo obvious talaga na yung nangyari sa loob ng ating bansa ay may kinalaman sa hidwaan ng dalawang higanteng bansa. At unfortunately, lalala pa yan in the coming years. It's not gonna go away. Yung huwag kayo maniwala kay Trump, budol din yan eh. Yung sasabihin niya, I'll cut a deal, grand bargain, I'll talk to Xi Jinping, I'll solve the problem in 24 hours. Parang ano rin yan, budol ni Digong yan eh, na in 6 months I'll solve. It's gonna get worse. You don't believe it? Watch some of my interviews with some of the guys who will run Trump's defense policy. For instance, if you go on YouTube, put Richard Heydarian, L. Bridge Colby, who's going to be the number 2 in Pentagon, and his argument is, kayo sa Pilipinas, di kayo pwede pumili. Hindi kayo pwede mag-hedge. Pumili na kayo ng kampo nyo. Kasi, there will be blood, essentially. Yun ang message nila. So, things are gonna intense. That's what I'm saying is, yes, may pakitay sa demokrasya natin. Yes, nakakabahala yung mga nangyari sa ilalim ng kasalukuyan ng administration. But, nakakatakot na rin yung nangyari sa international environment. So we have to get our act together. But can we get our act together? And that brings us to the second part of our conversation, agency. Meron ba tayong kakayahan? Meron ba tayong K? Isa sa aking pinaka-problema parati sa ating diskurso sa Pilipinas, from the most well-meaning people is, after listening to them, you would feel the Philippines is the most hopeless country on earth. Ako, one of the things I feel very lucky about is that I don't only spend time in the Norways and the Tokyos and the US of this world, although US din medyo sabog eh. I've been to North Korea. I've been across the Middle East. I was just in India a few weeks ago. My goodness, akala nyo yung traffic sa Manila ay worst? Punta kayo sa India. Right? Mekos lahat yung traffic dyan, di ba? Biglang may unggoy, may donkey, busina-busina. Akala niyo yung mga taxi drivers sa Manila ay pinakagrabe? Ako po, I was in Egypt, right? Few years ago. Eto na, yung hotel ko nandito, sabi ko, can you take me there? Sabi, no, your hotel is there. Inikot-ikot niya ako para lang kumita sa akin. So mas garapalan. You think corruption is the worst in the Philippines? Oh, you have no idea. You have not been around the world. One of the examples I love is, di ba, itong confidential fund dito, naalala nagdrama-drama sa Kongreso, yung hinimatay, yung chief of staff ni Sara, tapos ganon, pinadala si General Torre, tapos ganon. Tapos in-interview ko si General Torre, makita niyo sa YouTube, sabi ko, General Torre, ano po yung mga hiningin nila? X-ray daw, ganon. Tapos makulit yung mga followers ko, Sir, humingi din ba sila ng lie detector test? But anyway, just to give you an idea, there was a video na kumalat 2-3 years ago in Abuja, in Nigeria, habang ginigrill yung opisyales sa parang version nila ng confidential fund, hinimatay siya bigla. Hinimatay siya. Nagpanggap siya na nag-seizure siya. And then, biglang umatak yung mga ibang lalaki, minamouth to mouth na siya para hindi siya... So biglang gumising siya, hinampas-ampas na yung mga tao. So obvious na fake yun. So I'm just telling you, I have so many examples to tell you, it is not true that the Philippines is the most corrupt or hopeless country in the world. Malayo. Have you seen the rush hour in Bangladesh? Google nyo yung rush hour, yung may trend, tapos lahat ng tao nakasakay sa taas. Walang laban yung MRT natin dito. So what am I trying to say here? What I'm trying to say here is, we're not 10, right? We're not Singapore. Malabo maging Singapore tayo. I don't even want to be Singapore. It's so boring. It's just a city-state. But we can be 5 out of 10. We can be 6 out of 10 if we can get a couple of things together. And in fact, the beauty of the Philippines is, umaangat tayo ng paunti-unti, kahit ganyan kawalang kwenta yung mga leaders natin. Which tells you that we progress in spite of our leaders. Ganyan kagaling ang mga Pilipino. Thanks to our OFWs, thanks to you, thanks to all of us who are doing our best. So let's look at this. So for instance, just to be clear, hindi ko sinasabi ang Pilipinas ay paradise, Denmark. No. I'm just saying, if you look at it for instance, right? We're said to be among the 30 largest economies in the world. Is that fantastic? Hindi. Dahil we're already top 15 countries in terms of population. But what that means is, paunti-unti, we're punching at the weight class where we should be at. One of the things you have to get rid of is this mindset na maliit tayong bansa. Hindi po tayo maliit na bansa. Out of 200 countries, we're the 13th largest country by population. We are almost as big as Mexico. But have you ever heard anyone saying Mexico is a small country? I heard a lot of things. Mexico is this and that, but not a small. So another thing we have to get rid of is this idea na maliit tayo na bansa, wala tayong magagawa, kawawa lang tayo. Hindi po totoo yan. We are a mid-sized country. And a mid-sized country means may konti kang magagawa sa buhay. May konti kang kakayahan sa buhay. At pwede mo pa i-improve yan kahit walang kwenta yung mga leaders mo. Right? You think the leaders in Ethiopia, Mexico, Bangladesh, Russia, Nigeria, okay? Of course not. Of course not. This is what I do as a comparative political economist, right? I look at leadership and governance all around the world. So, we are about to have bigger economy. At the same time, if you look at it, we are also considered as a middle power. Ano ibig sabihin ng middle power? Hindi tayo superpower, obviously. Wala tayong mga sobrang malaking barko katulad ng China or US na aircraft carriers. We're yet to get F-35 fighters. But the Philippines is considered as a middle power, meaning we have sufficient diplomatic influence, economic size, demographic trajectory, and good diplomacy to be an influential country. You don't want to believe me? Look at what think tanks around the world say. This is according to the Hague Center for Strategic Studies. We are considered as a middle power even ahead of countries like Turkey or United Arab Emirates in terms of how we influence operations of the United Nations, peacekeeping, negotiations in ASEAN, negotiations in FTA. You don't want to believe me? Look at the Lowy Institute. This is the Lowy Institute. The Lowy Institute in Australia, they also consider the Philippines a middle power. Ang ibig sabihin ng middle power is, actually, David versus Goliath is a very interesting story if you really scratch the surface. It is not a story of an underdog na kawawa na nakachamba. David, actually, if you've seen the statue of David, and I look at the statue of David in Florence, and I was just looking at ganda ng katawan, guwapo, laki ng katawan. Actually, David was a fit guy. He was against a big guy, but he was fit and strong enough to take care of himself. So a middle power is kind of like that. Hindi ikaw yung pinakahigante. Hindi ikaw yung Michael Jordan, but you're just good enough to be able to pack some punches. And guess what? We're moving in that direction. Chelo has a lot of frustration with PhilHealth, with education. I share that. I also have a lot of frustration with AFP, na slash yung budget from 50 billion to 30 billion. That's a big issue. But in spite of that, the Philippines is still expected to build and acquire more and more good weapon systems in the next 20, 30 years. We won't be China. We won't be Japan. But we can be one of the reliable middle power size countries. But let me really go to the last part of my discussion, which is much more forward-looking. So, speaking of our situation, you see, with burden comes opportunities. With danger comes opportunity. With risk comes opportunity. Dahil sa ating geography, you see, look at how close Taiwan is to the Philippines. So I'm from Baguio, but we're originally from Ilocos, right? So when I go to Pagutpod, I open the radio, it's all Taiwanese. You go to our base in Mavulis, Mavulis is closer to Taiwan than some of the big cities in Lawag or Cagayan and all. What am I telling you is this. Actually, dahil sa sobrang geographic sensitivity natin, dahil nasa gitna tayo ng away ng mga Chino at Amerikano, kailangan tayo ng mga bansa na yan. Right? So accordingly, last year, we signed what I call JAFUS, Japan, Philippine, US Trilateral Security Dialogue. And one of the things that is worth noting is the idea that that alliance should not only be about weapon systems. Kasi parati kong sinasabi, hindi tayo dapat maging Pearl Harbor ng mga puti at mga Hapon. Ayoko tayong mga tagabugbog lang ng China pag nagkaroon ng gyera. Dapat, itong mga AFAM na yan, mag-invest sila sa ating bansa in exchange for us being a more reliable defense ally. Because as we get closer to the US and the Japanese, the Chinese will not invest as much here. Except they really never invested that much here. Ang tawag ko dyan, pledge trap. Nabudol actually si Duterte. Nagets nyo ba? Si Duterte nabudol din ng China actually yung mga investment promises. But, hindi rin dapat tayo magpabudol sa mga Japanese at Americans. So if the Japanese and Americans want to gain more access to EDCA, we just signed a reciprocal access agreement with the Japanese. We expanded the EDCA with the Americans. We're gonna focus on more missile deployments and other exercises. May katapat dapat dyan. At isa sa mga katapat doon is strategic investments in manufacturing and next-generation technology. So one of the proposals that came out last year was the creation of a Luzon Economic Corridor. Ibig sabihin, magkakaroon tayo ng special economic zones kung saan yung mga Hapon at yung mga ibang mga AFAM na bansa, ilalagay nila yung mga next-generation investments nila. Now, if you actually talk to investors, and I talk to a lot of investors in Wall Street, big Japanese companies, alam mo yung number one na problem nila sa Pilipinas investment? Hindi lang infrastructure and corruption, ha? Electricity cost, utility cost. It's so high. So one of my proposal was, why not, yung mga Aboites na yan, mga Lopezes na yan, mga oligarchs na yan, get their buy-in. Di ba, BBM, kaibigan niya itong mga oligarchs eh. Get them involved in Japanese-led projects. In exchange, they can give subsidized electricity rate for some of the manufacturing products. I come from Baguio. We have had decades of Texas Instrument production. We export billions of dollars in semiconductors every year. But they're low-end. But we're just next to Taiwan, which is the number one source of high-end semiconductors. 90% of high-end semiconductors on Earth come from TSMC. We were in Taiwan last year with Senator Kiko. I talked to the Taiwanese think tank there which advises the government. They said, actually kayo mga Pinoy, pwede kayo tumulong sa amin sa packaging and design and get more involved in Taiwanese semiconductors. So, all I'm saying here is this. For better or for worse, actually for worse, kahit walang kwenta yung mga leaders natin, meron pa rin oportunidad. Meron pa rin momentum. Dahil ito sa atin, dahil ito sa kalagayan nating bansa, sa ating geography. So, even if BBM doesn't do A to Z, all I need him to do is to just do C, A, and F. We might still move to the next level. Because there's no alternative. Nasa gitna na tayo ng itong great power competition. If you look at throughout human history, many backward, hopeless countries turned into dynamos when they were able to take advantage of their position in between rising powers. Google it. What was Dubai 60 years ago? What was Qatar 40 years ago? You know, you go to Turkey and Iran, they joke about Qatar and Dubai. Mga gas station na naging bansa. I mean, if you want to see history in Middle East, you go to Turkey, you go to Iran. That's where there's nothing, no offense. These were but they took advantage. Kasi may giyera yung mga malalaking bansa, they took advantage, they positioned themselves as hubs, and the next thing you know, next level sila. So what I'm saying is that we had 100 years of frustration, backwardness, of lost opportunities. But the next 100 years will not be easy. In fact, I'm working on a lecture, probably a book called Age of Uncertainty. I'll talk about BRICS, Bitcoin, and BTS, right? All of these major vectors of transformation. If we can just get some of the things together, may pag-asa ang Pilipinas. Not to go from 0 to 10, not to be Denmark or Singapore tomorrow, pero at least yung nagagawa ng Thailand or Vietnam or Indonesia and other middle-income, upper middle-income country. That, in my opinion, is very attainable in spite of having horrible leaders. Now, last point, because this is supposed to be a national situationer, I did the international situationer. Para sa akin, ang laki ng oportunidad din natin ngayon dahil sa hidwaan ng mga dalawang censored and then dalawang malaking families na yan, right? Let's just call them the two notorious dynasties. There is a good chance for us to create a third force, right? And for us to be an effective third force, we need to give people not only criticism, not only stress, but also hope. But not false hope, but a hope that is based on a grand vision of how to make a Philippines a respectable country. A decent enough country. See, Francis Fukuyama, the great philosopher, political, he said, what you always need is just good enough. Let's say 6 out of 10, and you can achieve a lot in life. We just need to push for something along those lines. And I think the future for us in the Philippines in the coming years is habang nag-enjoy tayo sa labanan ng dalawang notorious dynasty na yan, i-pressure din natin si BBM. Uy, BBM, ayusin mo na yan. Ano ba yan? Kasi ganyan-ganyan ka, anuhin ka ng kabila, diba? Kasi the reality is, yari din ang mga Marcoses if they don't get this right. Kasi what's happening right now is dahil sa mga kababalagan sa budget nila, tuwan-tuwa mga Dutertes Wala na, is anyone talking about Quadcom anymore? Wala na yung piatos wala na yung sayaw namin ng piatos Hindi na uso diba? So, we need to pressure BBM to do the minimum average thing he can do because honestly, he's not capable of more. Parang pension one. Hindi yan yan. Hanggang dyan lang kaya niya. So let's just force this guy to give us that average. But in the meantime, let's create a vision and let's nurture the Filipino leaders. Hindi lang presidential like Lenny or vice presidential or like Risa, but the next generation of leaders. Ang dami kong kilala mga local government leaders. Ang dami mga Vico Soto types. Hindi Vic Soto, Vico Soto types. Nadali ako sa Pepsi Paloma, sabi ko si Vico Soto, like, oh my God. Vico Soto, not Vic Soto. Ang dami mga Vico Soto types around the country, change makers, ang term ni Riza Ontiveros, na kailangan natin i-nurture. You guys have amazing people. Kami sa Baguio rin, we're hoping to nurture a new generation. Iloilo, right? Maraming, sa Davao, you never know, you know? So, for me, that's the way forward. The national situation is not ideal, but there's just good enough space and urgency for us to create the conditions to put this country in a much better place 5 years and 10 years from now. And sana kung matino ng next administration, kami ni Chelo, pwede na kami sumali and stay and stick around in the next administration. Unfortunately, the reality is right now, it's a Duterte-Marcos ballgame. But if we play our cards well, in 5 years from now, it could be a very different ballgame. Maybe not 10 out of 10, but just good enough. And just good enough is good enough for me. Because that will mean socialized housing, basic dignity, and a greater sense of hope for the Filipino people. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much. See, only 4 slides. It's like 42 slides yan. So I stick to my promise. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's Professor Richard Haydarian. And now, let's move to the open forum together. We would like to request again up the stage to join Professor Shalomagno with Mr. Howard Tuangki and Mr. James Indaya, the Vice President.
Eto na! The Bardagulan of the century! Wow! Hindi, dyan kayo. Meron ba dapat hati sa gitna? Dito kayo, both kami ni James dito. Kayong dalawa dyan. So first of all, thank you for coming. I know, sobrang late. Alam nyo ba guys, trivia muna, si Dr. Shelo arrived from Japan last night. Hindi na siya umuwi kasi biyahe niya first flight kanina. The passion and the dedication para ipalaganap ang the word of the word of not of God, of Shelo. Tapos si Richard naman, si Sir Richard, galing siyang Malaysia, kakarating lang niya nung Saturday, Monday, first flight din siya. Hindi na rin siya bumalik ng Baguio. Yan yung sinuot niya doon sa ASEAN Summit. So, anyway. So, first, thank you po for really joining us and for staying and for waiting. So, excited kami. I'm joined now with James. I'm joined now by James, my friend and deputy. So, ito muna yung question. Where does corruption really come from? Or what is the source? Ano ang source of corruption?
There are different types of corruption, no? There's petty corruption. Ito yung na-experience natin everyday. Kailangan nyo maglagay, kung gusto nyo bumilis yung mga pinoproseso nyo sa gobyerno, etc. etc. Pero merong grand corruption. Ito yung kung sino ba yung nakaka-benefit sa mga policies. Concrete example, recently, may court decision na kung saan yung 15-kilometer municipal water, alam niyo ba yon? Yung 15-kilometer municipal water, exclusive yan for artisanal fishermen, yung mga maliliit na mangingisda natin who are the poorest of the poor. There's a recent court decision allowing industrial fishermen to fish dun sa 15-kilometer area. And you know how it happened? Kasi dapat nag-appeal ang Department of Agriculture dun sa kaso na yon sa Supreme Court. And the DA decided or neglected to appeal. And because of that, yung mga malalaking mangingisda, pwede na mangisda sa pangisdaan ng mga maliliit na mangingisda. Bakit ko yun nilabel as corruption? Ano ba ang pangunahing business ng DA Secretary? Do you know kung ano ang pangunahing business ng DA Secretary? Fishing. Siya ang may-ari ng Frabel, the biggest fishing company sa Pilipinas. So, do you wonder kung bakit hindi nag-appeal ang DA sa kaso? Ganun lang ba sila ka-inefficient or makakalimutin? Hindi. Yeah, so yun ang example of concrete corruption. Bakit may corruption? When there is discretion and there's no transparency, then there's greater exercise of power, it leads to corruption.
Thank you. But ikaw, do you have an input?
Can I just give a more historical? I'm going very vlogger here. Can we do a more historical perspective?
Ako na nga, I'll help you
Sige,
as a
thank you,
vlogger.
thank you. Wala pa akong budget for production team katulad nila Kiko and all. No? Parang may team sila. Mag-breakfast lang kami. Ang dami mga vloggers. Parang, wait lang. Na-conscious tuloy ako di ba? Kasi karinderya boy kami kumakain sa Baguio No, but we should take a historical perspective. So there's this fantastic book by Professor John Seidel of London School of Economics. It looks at revolutions in 3 countries, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Philippines. And ang ganda ng explanation niya why Philippines had the earliest revolution, and the least successful one. And if you look at it, historically, ang problema kasi sa Pilipinas is, not only was our revolution stolen by the Americans, but the Americans introduced a very problematic political economy, which was what? They introduced democracy to us when we were such an underdeveloped, poor, and feudalistic country. So what happened is that immediately nagkaroon ng oligarchic capture yung mga elected offices. In fact, at the beginning, if I'm not mistaken, you have had to have parang property qualifications para lang makatakbo ka. And that created the long-term path dependency, right? Now, if you compare it to our neighbors who transitioned to democracy, Taiwan, Korea, by that time they already had robust middle class, huge number of middle class. The per capita income in Taiwan in the 1980s was already beyond $8,000, which is twice our per capita today. Korea around a similar level. So generally, again, this is not an iron law, but generally, when democratic elections are introduced in societies with larger middle class and less inequality, naturally, vote buying is harder. And naturally, when vote buying is harder, corruption is harder. Kasi kung titignan mo, bakit napaka-corrupt yung mga politiko? It makes perfect sense. It's immoral, but ang laki ng gastos mo Ang rinig ko yung latest, 25,000 per head. Sa laking yan, ba't yung mga middle class, wait lang, parang gusto ko rin magpa-vote buying, di ba? Kung ganyan kalaki. Kasi dati, akala ko 500 lang yan, di ba? So, unfortunately, sometimes sequencing matters. So I think democracy was introduced at such a low level of economic development and distribution that it got easily so captured by the oligarchs, and we're paying the price for that. Now, but again, does that mean tapos ng laban? Hindi. Kaya nga we have to make these interventions. You know, the Philippines still has a middle class. It's not as big as it should be, but by some estimates, Goldman Sachs, we have a 15 to 20 million strong middle class. If a few of us can come together and organize, we can have immense impact. Sabi nung rally daw kahapon, 1.5 million. Nakita ko yung pink rally, 3 times larger, tapos 300,000 lang. Ay, hindi ko alam sino nagbibilang sa MMDA or
Ina-under-declare.
But one thing I saw with the pink rally, my attendance sheet daw. But let me tell you this. What we saw with the pink movement is, if ma-inspire yung middle class natin, we're willing to pay from our own pocket to mobilize, to push for reforms. We can pwede tayo maging isang kilusan para sa pagbabago, to put pressure on LGUs and national government. We can have hopefully 1,000 cellos all around the country. Imagine the effect it could have. If there's one cello in every town giving hell to corrupt practices, imagine the effect of that. Hindi naman siguro 1,000 haydar yan kasi medyo magulo na yan. Baka magkakabardagulan na.
Magiging magulo.
Medyo magulo na. But do you get what I'm saying? So, first of all, we have to accept there are historical reasons bakit tayo nandito. Pero we should not be a slave to our history. We should just accept those historical facts and then from there, make interventions. So, anong implication nito? Let's get rid of this overly moralistic debate na ang Pilipino ba ay talagang kurakot talaga. Let's not be essentialist. There were historical reasons why corruption became prevalent in the country. But there could be institutional and legal interventions to make our country less corrupt. Because you go all around the world, Filipinos are among the most successful, most beloved, and to use the Davao Duterte expression, law-abiding citizens, right? So there's nothing wrong with us. It's just how institutions were organized historically and the interventions that we need accordingly. So I just wanted to give that compliment kasi ang ganda ng intervention ni Chelo in terms of technicalities, what's happening in budget. So I felt we need that kind of a long-term, longue-durée view.
Sir, I think I'm quite familiar with your discussion on the middle class impact in vote buying. I think the paper is about what killed vote buying in Britain, if I was correct, about that. But in order for us to have a good context as to the poverty topic, let me just ask about the PhilHealth issue as well as this AKAP and MAIP. It seems kasi the MAIP, the AKAP is being institutionalized na, no? And it is being another scheme, another branding of like pork barrel of our congressmen that would, in effect, make as a vote buying instrument, no, for the people. So, on economic perspective, what are the impact as to the, for example, the Universal Health Act? And on the political aspect, sir, what do you think is the maneuvering or the political dynamics behind of this intention of our congressmen? Just your insights po.
Well, I think the first thing that we need to clarify is the source of funding for all these programs. Huwag natin kalilimutan, and as I mentioned and I showed in my graph, ang laki ng deficit, di ba? So lahat ng dinidistribute na to ng politicians ay either nanggagaling sa tax natin or inuutang natin at babayaran natin. Now, bakit kailangan ng minimum like healthcare or education? Kasi hindi nga tayo lahat pantay-pantay. Hindi tayo lahat pinanganak ng pantay-pantay. Imagine niyo kapag pinatakbo kayo sa track, hindi pare-parehas yung sinimulan natin eh. So hindi rin pare-parehas yung ending natin. Ang role ng government is to provide that equal opportunity so that we can all have opportunity to improve our lives. That's why we get free education, we get free healthcare to iwasan natin yung catastrophic situation ng emergency ng medical. Because karaniwan sa mga Pilipino, kung magkakasakit, mabebenta mo yung asset mo, bebenta mo yung ari-arian mo, gagastusin mo yung savings mo para lang magpagamot. Ang pinaka-importanting design sa programa ay mas mapadali ito sa buhay ng mga Pilipino. Kaya yung PhilHealth, when you go to the hospital, hindi ka na manghihingi sa politicians, di ba? Automatic binabawas yung covered ng PhilHealth. Ang problema sa MAIP, bago ka magkaroon ng assistance, you have to find the politician na kakilala mo. Gagawa ka ng medical report. And then they have to give you a guarantee letter bago ka makakuha ng assistance. Ang problema sa AKAP at saka sa AIX, dole out eh. Binibigyan ka lang ng pera. Pag tinignan mo yung 4-piece program, it's designed para makalabas ka sa kahirapan. Bakit? Di ba bago ka makakuha ng 4-piece, kailangan may targeting system. Tinitingnan ko sino yung mga pinakamahihirap. Bakit? Kasi nga yung budget natin is fixed. It's a fixed pie. Kung mag-allocate ka ng pera, ilalagay mo siya sa mga pinaka-epektibong programa. So kung ilalagay mo siya sa 4-piece, ang gusto mong mangyari ay mailabas sa kahirapan yung pamilyang to. Kaya siya conditional. Bago mo makuha yung ayuda mo, kailangan mong paaralin yung mga anak mo, kailangan mong magpa-regular check-up, kailangan ma-address ang nutrition, kailangan mong i-upgrade ang skills mo. Yun yung exit plan sa pagtanggap ng ayuda. So that's how you should design a social protection program. But in AKAP, anong nangyayari? Well, kapag empleyado ka ni Henry C. sa SM, may automatic ayuda ka kay speaker, right? Nakakatulong ba yun sa kahirapan? Saan yun nakakatulong?
Sa mga politiko.
sa re-election ng mga politikong ito. Kaya hindi naman tayo against sa ayuda dahil nakikita natin na may mahalaga tong role dun sa sinasabi nating inequality and redistribution. But it has to play its role for us, not for the politicians.
Yes. So, Prof, may follow-up lang po but with specific reference to AKAP kasi may nagtatanong. You mentioned kanina na these mga ayuda, either ang funding source either from our taxes or loans. So, ito po bang AKAP? What is the characteristic of this? Saan po ba galing ito? And is AKAP a way of redistributing wealth daw po ba? And are dole-outs effective in addressing poverty?
Yeah. Well, if you trace the history of AKAP, it's an insertion by Speaker Romualdez and Congressman Zaldico during the bicameral meeting ng 2024 budget. It's a project that has no concept at all. Imagine niyo, we're spending 26 billion pesos for a program that has no plan, has no design. Diba? And obviously, it was inserted to benefit some politicians na kapag nakita nyo, na-distribute kaninong TARP yung nakalagay. I think, yung mga ibang politicians told me, may template na yan na pinapadala sa distribution. May template and videos that they have to play. And that's very problematic. And this is my issue with regard to this Marcos administration. So, sinisira natin yung PhilHealth, pero nililipat natin sa MAIP. Sinisira natin yung 4Ps, pero nililipat natin sa AKAP. Ano ang outcome nito? Kaya tayong may paulit-ulit na corrupt na politician kasi hindi natin inaayos yung sistema. Nag-create tayo ng sistema na kung saan tayo mga Pilipino ay may utang na loob sa mga politiko. Kaya ako very vocal dito kasi maliban sa pagkawala ng dignidad, ginagago talaga tayo ng mga politiko natin.
The smiling assassin, ginagago tayo ng mga politiko. Ako nagsabi nun, iba yung dating, pero siya yung nagsabi. Ang ganda.
On the perspective ni Professor Haydar, yan, no, sir, yung mga political science dito, I think on AKAP issue, I think that's more of a political, personal transaction concept in political science, sir, no? What are your insights about it po?
Again, kaya sabi ko, malikot ako mag-isip in the sense that kanina, puro ang sinasabi ko is wag natin ipadepress ang tao. But we need people to be angry. Anger could be a positive thing. Rage could be a positive thing. In what sense? Marami akong kilala na bansa, hindi lang dito sa region natin. I can go from Turkey to Iran to Vietnam, Indonesia. They were able to establish universal healthcare at per capita levels way lower than us. Ibig sabihin, nung time na mas mahirap pa sila sa atin kaysa ngayon, meron na silang universal healthcare. I have friends who come from very, let's just say, very middle-class ordinary families na milyon-milyon yung ginastos dahil sa mga sakit ng parents sila. It was totally covered by their governments. Hindi galing sa Norway itong mga to. Galing to sa Indonesia, Vietnam, Turkey. So, dapat magalit talaga tayo na bakit hanggang ngayon wala tayong universal healthcare.
Reklamo, sir, sa PhilHealth, di ba, na parang yung coverage na hindi nabibigyan ng sapat na coverage yung mga bumabayad na members.
Absolutely, and this is why I love yung interventions of Chelo, because if you look at it, what's happening is we're reversing the tide. Because to modernize and democratize means impersonal institutions. Iwan mo yung welfare duties sa birokrasya na kung saan ang basihan ng distribution po ay yung pangangailangan ng tao. Qualified ka ba? Now, of course, bureaucracies are not perfect, but I'll always choose bureaucracy over the prerogative of a politician. Kaya sabi ko, yung culture of corruption, dyan nagsimula eh. Lahat tayo galit sa corruption, and then kung may kailangan tayo, humingi tayo sa mayor, at yung mayor ay nagbigay ng 100,000 for scholarship or healthcare, love na love natin yung mayor. But did you ask the question, how did that mayor afford giving you and 10 other people 100,000 pesos just for that week? Obviously, galing sa corruption yan. So that's how we create a blood pact kung saan we benefit personalized corruption And then suddenly, shut up na tayo. We're not standing up to politicians. We should be stand up. So, nagiging mas feudal tayo eh. So, itong pork barrel, akap, lahat ng mga pambababoy na nangyari ng mga ganito. We're out of the church. Okay. No, this brings back the tide eh. So, we have to push it forward. Kaya nga, sana universal healthcare, mga ganon. Kasi we are all entitled to that. Hindi na tayo mahirap na bansa. We're almost an upper middle income country. Alam ko yung kaibigan natin si JC, maraming masabi sa upper middle income. And actually, I'm not excited kasi if you're upper middle income, ang dami mawawala sa'yo ng mga concession loans. But, I'm just saying, at this level of 4,000 to 5,000 per capita, dapat meron na tayong universal healthcare. Medyo mas matinong roads, mas matinong ganun. So, I want you to have rage, not despondency. Don't be depressed, be angry. That's the emotion that drives me. It's anger and rage, righteous anger, as Martin Luther King put it. That's what we need. Not depressed, but angry, and let's demand it. Let's confront them. Minsan kung may makikita na kakaiba yung ginagawa ng mga politiko, i-live mo yan, gagawin mo yung ganun. Ako, ready ako any moment, i-live kita, di ba? So we should be like that. We should be mobile, literally sometimes use mobile. We have to, and I'm so happy that we live in an era whereby hindi na kailangan na may cable subscription ako or estudyante ako sa UP School of Economics or UP Law to be able to learn the basics of budget, basics of constitutional rights. I can watch Cello Magno, I can watch our legal expert friends, and then at the end of the day, I'm an at least averagely informed citizen. Kaya yan, hindi natin kailangan maging Norway to have that level of education. So, that's why I'm saying, huwag tayo mag-depress. Galit tayo, push tayo, and hopefully there will be breakthroughs and inflection points down the road.
So,
Palakpak ba tayo or ano medyo?
Wala
Andyan pa ba kayo?
palakpakan dyan.
Andyan ba? Pakilagay yung brother Louie.
So there is another question, but this is regarding the U.S.-Philippine foreign relations. But next week, President Trump will be sworn into office. So economically,
January 20.
yeah, let us discuss economically and politically. So, ma'am and sir, economically, what should the Philippines, especially the
Expect.
Filipino people, expect from the
A
Trump
Trump presidency. Comeback,
Yeah.
actually.
And politically, relating the U.S., China, and the Philippines, what should we expect? Okay.
This time with the Marcos presidency at the helm.
Well, the Trump presidency is parroting protectionist policies, and almost all politicians are trying to do that. But in reality, they're not gonna do that, because if you start doing protectionist policies, you know what's gonna happen? Tataas ang presyo ng bilihin sa isang bansa dahil yung economy natin ngayon is masyado ng interconnected. So it may be the campaign line of the Trump presidency, but I don't think he will implement that, because yun nga masyado ng interconnected even yung dependency ng US and China in terms of economic activities. May mga efforts not just coming from the US but also coming from Europe in terms of improving the standards of supply chain in terms of manufacturing and businesses just to reduce the economic influence of China. I hope it happens. But my other caveat there is for countries like us, smaller countries, to be assertive also. Coming from the extractive experience, no? Why assertive? Because, for example, US and Europe want to buy our minerals. They're not talking of creating manufacturing here. They just want us to sell our minerals to them, setting up some standard of governance, or you follow FPIC, etc., etc. But for me, my condition is that it's not just about us following good governance and selling our raw materials to Europe and US to meet their demands. My expectation is us owning these minerals should bargain and bring the manufacturing here and create jobs here so we maximize our resources. And in relation to China, napapakamot din ako ng ulo dyan. Kasi tayo yung major supplier ng China on raw minerals. Dinadala natin doon ng lupa. And because of that, geopolitically, China has the majority of the control of processed minerals in the world. Imagine if we decide to ban the export of raw minerals to China, similar to what Indonesia is doing. Di ba nakapag-flex na tayo ng power natin? But you wonder why our politicians are not doing it. Why?
I mean, this is a perfect one. Ako, Trump will be sabog, right? So one day he'll do this policy, next day he'll do that policy, etc. Pero may limitations yan. Kasi if also they start kicking out people, all businesses baksak because they rely on immigrants, illegal immigrants. Having said that, the theory that is coming out, because I have to deal with what I have to deal with in DC nowadays, is this concept of co-development. So essentially ang mangyari dyan is, position mo yung Philippines as a China-free supplier of high-end minerals, like nickel. We're the second largest in the world. But exactly as Shelo said, don't just give them the cheap raw materials, do more processing here, and couple it with EV battery production sites here. Bring in the Elon Musk, as annoying as that guy is. Bring in more EV battery companies from Europe and Japan here. So hindi lang tayo supply ng nickel, taga-supply din tayo ng EV battery, or at least we're part of that supply chain. We should also be part of the, what I call Taiwan +1 strategy. Ang lapit natin sa Taiwan, right? And ang Taiwan, delikado, pwedeng siguro yan at any moment. And even if they don't go to war, Taiwan is running out of water. Semiconductors is very environmentally intensive, right? Operation. There's just so much that Taiwan could do. It's a small country. So some of their operation could be moved to Cagayan, to Northern Luzon, o yung kung saan galing si BBM. So what I'm saying is, i-juice mo yung anti-China charot ng Trump administration in ways that helps our country. But the Japanese are the serious one, right? So I was in Japan, their Ministry of International Trade and Industry last January and all, and they were talking about we cannot trust China to dominate the supply chain kasi anytime, igigipitin nila. So they're desperate for diversification of their supply chain. So tinitignan tayo. Again, not at the highest end, but actually, kaya natin tapatan ng Thailand and Vietnam in packaging and design. We're just as good as them. But for some historical reasons, because mas matino yung gobyerno nila, incentives, but now we can say, you need us geopolitical, bring it here. So for all of my real worries about what Trump 2.0 could mean, I also see some chance for us. I won't call it silver lining. I would call it, some really genuine, concrete opportunities for us to push for our national interests. So assertiveness, negotiation, DTI, those guys have to up their game. DTI and the DFA have to work closer together when you negotiate. Because wala kang makuhang FTA from US, whether it's Trump, Biden, they're protectionists in a sense that they will never offer a new free trade agreement anymore. That's politically unviable. But you can get strategic deals and strategic investment, particularly from Japan and to a certain degree from the Americans.
But that's where the funny thing is. 2012, Indonesia did that already. They banned the export of raw minerals. And we've seen the impact in Indonesia. They have manufacturing already. Why are we not doing it in the Philippines? Why?
Why?
Sinong may-ari ng mga minerals sa Pilipinas? Sinong may-ari ng mga mining companies? They earn more by exporting the lupa. Why? Because we cannot monitor kung ilan ba talaga yung minerals na nandun eh. And therefore they're underpaying their royalties, they're underpaying their taxes. Therefore, there's no incentive to use this to politically flex. There's no incentive for them to use these minerals to create more jobs. They just want to create more money for themselves. Sino to? Sino may-ari ng mga mining companies sa Pilipinas? Politicians. Research. Sinong mga politicians ang may-ari ng mining sa Pilipinas? I have a YouTube video. Inisa-isa ko ang mga politicians na may mining sa Pilipinas. Find it.
Yeah, actually, we keep on attacking politicians. We also have to push yung oligarchs natin to level it up. Hindi pwede hanggang real estate, retail, at call center na lang forever. Palaos na rin mga yan eh. The call center industry is facing pressure, competition. AI could finally in the next 5, not now, but 5 to 10. So, dapat mag-level up na sila. Napaka-chipang yung level. Ang chipang yung production level, hindi sila nag-level up. So, part of our advocacy should not only be government efficiency and accountability, is also to kick down. I mean, some of these oligarchs are 200 years old.
Ang problema natin.
Ano?
Ang problema natin, some oligarchs become politicians and some politicians become oligarchs. So blurry na yung
may term ako dyan, Duterte-garks. May biglang yumaman, parang dati taga mom and pops lang sa Davao, biglang may telecom company na.
Example, Who are the examples of
Okay.
oligarch turned politician?
So the moral lesson here is there's no other way but to
Ronald
be
Llamas
more
tayo. Wala tayong
competitive.
sinasabi.
Villar.
Wala kami sinasabi.
Wala na tayong katapusan nito.
Walang conclusion. But the Philippines must be competitive in dealing with the Trump administration.
I wish we had more time. So, may tig-isa pa siguro kaming question just for each. Specifically, ma'am, parang echo ang nagsulat dito kasi gumamit ng word na scarcity.
Yeah.
Given the current economic crisis of the Philippines, what advice would you give to people that are struggling to make ends meet with the presence of scarcity given that they are minimum wage earners?
Well, we have to pressure the government to create better jobs. So balik tayo dun sa lahat ng diniscuss ko kanina. We push the government to invest on us para hindi tayo stunted. We have to force the government to invest on us para hindi tayo nauubusan ng savings kapag nagkakasakit tayo. Invest on us so we can upgrade our skills para hindi tayo laging minimum wage earner. You discussed it this morning. We have to force the government to create a fertile environment for labor unions so we can have better sharing of profit from companies. Ang dami po, pero ang kailangan natin gawin, mag-ingay. Mag-ingay tayo. And now, hindi mo na kailangan pumunta sa Menjola para mag-ingay. Kailangan mo lang mag-post sa TikTok at sa Facebook.
Or in your own space or your own sphere of influence, di ba? So, thank you, Prof. Shell. And this for you, Prof. Richard. I saw one of your articles calling out the doomers, D-O-O-M-E-R-S. I don't know what it is.
Doomers.
Doomers, yeah. Sige, I saw one of your articles calling out the doomers in politics on their attitude. It's not only doomers that are a problem, but also apathetic Filipinos who, in spite of issues, do not care. My question is, how can we convince those people who are apathetic or doomers to be more engaged with the situations that are happening?
Aminin mo, hindi mo binasa yung original. Yung nakita mo yung Reddit discussion. So, if you go to Reddit, there's like 2 nag-explode na threads about this piece I wrote about. Parang, pinaka-hopeless pa talagang Pilipinas. At the pinaka mga tinamaan ko, yung mga may asawang afam. Ano? Yung mga, wala kaming ganyan sa Norway, wala kaming ganyan sa Germany, mga ganyan, wala. Good for you. Pero hindi kami lahat asawang afam, di ba? Yung iba sa amin, may dating girlfriend na afam, pero wala na rin. So, So, ang point ko is, inis na inis ako every time may nakikita akong afam. Sometimes I'm jogging in Baguio, sometimes I'm walking BGC. Ang daming hanash about Philippines. You should do this, you should do that, you should do this. Tapos pag nalaman ko kano yan, naku, ni-lecture ko yan. Ito kasing ginawa niyong mali nung 1920s, 1930s, 1940s. Pinapatol ko talaga. So, ako kasi, I think cynicism is a defense mechanism for some Filipinos because they're just overwhelmed with so much frustration. But I think the healthy attitude should be skepticism. So yung kagandaan ng ginagawa namin sa Nachelo is, we're not saying give up on the Philippines, but we're saying, ito yung mga totoong problema na kailangan natin ayusin. So my thing with doomers is that they're cynical, they're not skeptical. Skepticism is critical thinking. Okay, ito yung problema, it's like engineering, di ba? Ako kasi, yung initial course ko was medical sciences. I was supposed to be a dentist. My dad is medical. So, I study things like the human body, right? When you want to solve a problem, you look at multiple factors that contribute to it. Diet, lifestyle, genetics, ganun. So, ganun din. So, the problem with doomers is, wala na. Yung genes mo, pangit eh. Stunted ka eh. Hopeless ka sa basketball. Ako hindi. Parang, hindi ka ganun katangkad. Pero marami akong kilala na 5'7" lang yun sa Japan. Pwede mag-NBA, di ba? Because he did X, Y, and Z. So, this is really my thing with the doomers eh. We really have to isolate. Some people have really given up. And then we have, or at least we have to push them slightly towards skepticism. Spectrum yan eh. Yung parang false hope, jolly, perky, indifferent, skeptical, and then cynical. If I can push some here more, and then prevent the cynical from poisoning the ones here, and then give some reality to these guys a bit here, so mas igigit na ko lahat ng maayos dito, may pag-asa tayo. So for me, that's very important eh. Kasi, for instance, ako, napansin ko sa atin, masyado tayong passive-aggressive. Pag may nag-comment na vlogger about Filipino food na hindi daw maganda, grabe, attack tayo na attack ng attack. Pero kung may nagsabi, ang Pilipinas walang kwenta, napaka-fourth world country, okay lang sa atin. Wait, hindi yata balance to, di ba? So I think we should be as, not defensive, but just basic sense of dignity about our own national identity in ways that we're sensitive about Jollibee being made fun of by some AFAM vlogger or anything like that. So it's a healthy skepticism and it's a patriotism based on a sense of direction and a better future. Ako, again, I know it might sound pretentious. A country that could produce Rizal in the 19th century, siguro naman could produce a decently middle-class society in the 21st century. Kaya naman yan, hindi naman tayo nagkakulang sa mga matatalino at magagaling. So kung imagine mo, panon din Rizal, ang dami rin doomers, di ba? Marami rin haters si Rizal eh. And I agree with John Neri, had Rizal been in our era, he would have been a vlogger and aawayin niya lahat ng mga doomers and say, tama naman criticism nyo, pero wala kayong solution, kundi spread poison. What we need is skepticism and how to get things. And the last thing I always say, if you really travel around the world na hindi mayaman na bansa, tawagin natin fourth world, right? I don't want to name drop, but you know, I said Abuja a little bit here and Cairo. But if you go around, we're not really that bad, guys. We're kind of somewhere in the middle, but Jello is right. If you compare us to our immediate neighbor, medyo nakakahiya, right? So we're not, parang sa high school yan, hindi tayo science section, hindi rin tayo mga kulelat na paulit-ulit, nasa gitna tayo, pero kaya naman natin medyo mag-premium ng konti, di ba? But to do that, we should first of all get rid of cynicism because cynicism is the mother of evil. I won't be surprised, a lot of these doomers, bumoto kay digong mga yan. Kasi ang mindset nila, ubusin. Ang dami problema ng Pilipinas, patayin mo na lang. Ganon yun eh. Yung mga doomers na yan, usually doomers are the fertile ground for fascism. In history, you can. So that's why nakakatakot yung doomer mindset eh. Be skeptical and critical thinking, but not doomer.
Grabe, I wish we had more time. Follow nyo na lang sila sa social media platforms nila. But for the last question...
Ang ganda ng tanong mo ha. Thank you ha. Actually, maganda yung tanong mo.
Ano na?
Maganda tanong mo. Actually, that was the whole thing. Alam nila yan sa umaga. Actually, yun ang point ko, di ba? I'm not against skepticism. I'm against cynicism.
Yeah.
That distinction is very important. Ang galing mo talaga.
Hindi ako may
galing mo mag-vlogger.
Magaling yung nagtanong. So anyway, last question. Is either of you planning on entering politics? At bakit sa 2028?
She entered. You second, di ba?
I was a student council officer in UP for 3 years. I was a counselor, as a vice chair, as a chair.
Ay, parang one term ng senator.
It depends kasi on what you mean by entering politics. Everything is political. If you're involved in politics, that's politics. You don't have to be a politician to be involved in politics. Since I was in elementary, I'm involved in politics kasi dinidebate ko araw-araw yung tatay ko. Diba? And at the same time, what we are doing is political. It's politics. Nag-educate tayo, nagdi-discuss tayo ng mga issues. And I want all of us to do that. You know why? Maybe related dun sa, not cynicism, but maybe apathy. Minsan iisipin natin, apathetic ang mga Pilipino. For me, maybe not. Pagod lang. Nakakapagod maging Pilipino. Bakit? Kasi ang baba ng sweldo sa Pilipinas. To survive, kailangan mo pa ng additional jobs. 2 jobs, overtime, para mabuhay ng desente. At the end of the day, nagtrabaho ka na ng 12 hours, 14 hours. May panahon ka pa ba para makipag-away kay BBM? Wala na, di ba? And then, saan mo kukuhanin ng news mo? Sa TikTok, yung maikli lang kasi pagod ka na eh. Wala ka ng panahon para magbasa ng Inquirer o magbasa ng journal articles na binabasa namin. But the problem is, sino ba yung nagbabayad para magpakalat ng disinformation? Para panatilihing mangmang ang mga Pilipino. Balik tayo dun sa issue na stunted, gutom, walang healthcare, etc. Tapos may disinformation. So, instead of asking us kung ma-involve kami sa politics, I think all of us should be involved in politics by fighting disinformation.
Politikong-politiko yung sagot eh. Showbiz. Ako, isa sa mga idol ko was Isabuelo de los Reyes, right? Hindi dahil Ilocano din siya. But, he was a man he wore many hats, right? Gumawa siya ng sariling iglesia. He was essentially the founder of the socialist movement in the Philippines, labor union, naging senador ng Ilocos. I always believe in that model. That a truly, fully immersed citizen is someone who moves on multiple fronts. Hindi ka lang senador, hindi ka lang diplomat, hindi ka lang journalist. You do everything. Because kung may kakayahan ka, kung may platform ka, may responsibilidad ka. I'm not saying I'm Isabella de los Reyes, but for me, that's my ideal thing. Na if one day, God willing, I am in a position to more directly play, I'm okay with that. Pero hindi yan end all be all. Hindi yun yung parang next level. Actually, it should be part of a package of engagement. Even if I were to be in government, I'll still do podcast. I'll do a podcast inside my office with the logo and say, ito yung ginagawa namin. Whether it's DFA, whether it's Senate, whatever. So again, this is very speculative, very high. So ganun dapat. And I think we should start doing politics differently na. Dapat relatable. Ako, love na love ko yun sila Zelensky, sila Navalny. I mean, these are guys na they do TikTok inside their office na hindi chipang. Hindi pa cute. Yung in-explain nila, si Zelensky would do a TikTok and explain, ito yung situation dito, sinugot tayo ng Russia, ito yung pinatay, ganito, ganyan. That's, I think, the brand of leader we need. I don't want to be ageist, but I think sa sobrang daming sakit ng ulo sa mundo, we need younger leaders na may bandwidth, may energy, kahit medyo ADHD, right? To be engaged to people. Kasi hindi na pwedeng dati mag-speech ka lang na maganda, uwi ka na, tapos na. Or may dalawa kang oligarch na kaibigan, bayaran. Hindi na eh. People deserve more and people demand more. So you have to be all these hyphenated things at the same time. So actually, my sagot is almost the same as Jello. If you look at it.
I think dito papasok kung bakit yung mga kabataan yung pag-asa ng bayan. Kasi yung mga magulang natin, pagod na sa kakatrabaho. Some of us might have the luxury of time para mag-aral, mag-educate, mag-TikTok. So yung mga kabataan, kaya kayo pag-asa ng bayan kasi may oras para mag-aral, ibahagi yung pinag-aralan at mag-organisa. Ngayon, sa pamamagitan ng TikTok.
Bilang kabataan, naway tandaan
Can I say one
natin.
more thing? So, like one of the guys I listen to a lot is Ezra Klein. He has a fantastic podcast on New York Times. Apparently, he started by just being a volunteer in a presidential campaign back in 2016. Yeah. Get involved in campaigns. You don't know you're going to be the next best political analyst or podcaster kasi may ground experience ka. It's nothing like pressing flesh, going house to house, nandun ka sa headquarters, you know the analytics, naririnig mo yung marites, naririnig mo yung intelligence. Do that, be engaged. Next thing you know, you will be here and doing way better job than all of us. Ako, siguro if I had chance, kasi apolitical ako eh. I was the UP type na anti-activist. Because I was very cynical about activism by the time I entered UP mid-2000s. Wala namang ginagawa, hindi nga nag-graduate yung iba dyan, di ba? Hindi naman makakatulad mo yung mga aktivista by the time I came eh. But over time, sana I was even more involved in politics. In fairness naman, I started voting na by 2010, ganon. And then unti-unti ko na-realize, ang hirap pala ng trabahong gobyerno. Kasi I was consultant in the Congress, in Senate, helping here. Ang dami mong pwedeng matutunan. So get engaged, whether it's with the mayor or governor in Albay's office, election period. And every election has new lessons to learn. So I look forward to next time I sit down with you, God willing, you tell me about how you run your elections. How is your analytics? Ano yung mga lessons? Ano yung mga nagtitik sa mga Gen Z voters? Kasi honestly, speculative lahat ng sagot namin. We don't even have an exit poll na legit. Sorry to Malute
About Gen Z.
but we don't have an SWS polls Asia. Yung mga the legit ones didn't do an exit poll. So actually, I don't know exactly ano yung Gen Z
yung
flavor.
preference.
Malaman dapat natin. So hopefully in 6 months we meet together and I'll ask from each province, what did you learn from the new Gen Z voters? What are the patterns?
Yeah.
So please get involved in elections, but politics doesn't end at the ballot. It actually starts the day after the inauguration of the politicians and holding them accountable. So please get involved. And I always tell Howard, rather than giving a lecture, I'd rather have this and I'd rather listen to you. We need listening tours. We really need to learn from a lot of people. I know a lot of people hate me kasi madaldal daw ako and all, but they don't understand. Ito yung ADHD enthusiastic part ko. Pag na-excite ako, the more I cut people. But actually, that means I'm excited. If hindi ako nag-respond, that means you're boring or I lost interest. So you can see how excited I am because I can feel your vibes. I can feel you are feeling what I'm also feeling here, that we're at the cusp of some transformative moment. And believe me, 2028 could finally be that interesting elections when not one, but we can have multiple really good candidates. I won't say more because that would be an endorsement already. But you know exactly who are these people I'm watching for very carefully and I'm very hopeful about.
One last advice to you. If you are asked to serve, you serve. Okay? Not because you know the politician, but because you are serving the Filipino people. When you get appointed, you don't serve the politician. So when you serve government, you remember that you're serving the Filipino people and you keep your principles intact. Okay? So kahit sino pang presidente yan, pag dumating ang oportunidad to make a difference, accept it. Because that's your responsibility to the Filipino people.
May umaalma po dito. Bakit daw si Dr. Shelo may palakpak? Siya daw wala.
Tatampo ako.
Palakpakan!
Palakpak kayo dyan. I'm getting ready.
At dahil loobat ka na, i-end na natin ang live mo. And that also concludes our open forum. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Shelo Magno and Professor Richard Haydarian for the very fruitful and insightful discussion.
Thank you so much to our truly very seasoned guest of honor. Of course, Professor Shelo Magno and Professor Richard Haydarian.
Yes, that was a very comprehensive discussion about our national situation when it comes to economic and socio-political perspective. Now, let us now move on to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to our guest of honors. To award, may I call on Vince Etchin and Vivian Montaliano to please join us here on stage. Let me read the citation. Certificate of Appreciation is hereby given to for giving their invaluable time and expertise as one of our guests of honors during the symposium entitled What's Up Pinas? A National Situationer in the 2025 Elections, given this 14th day of January 2025 at Bulawagang Bicol University, Legazpi City, signed by Howard Tuanqui, the founder and head writer of Writer's PH, and Stacey Daniel V. Alamares, the chairperson and student region of Bicol University Student Council. Certificate of Appreciation is hereby given to Professor Richard Haydarian.
Also, the same certificate will be awarded to Dr. Shelo Magno. Truly a jam-packed afternoon for all of us. We have a very insightful discussion that we just talked about today, and I know for sure maraming babaunin yung ating mga participants by the end of our program tonight, right?
Something also that is a wake-up call for every one of us at the same time, a bunch of knowledge na mauuwi natin maya-maya, diba?
That is correct. And so we would like actually to acknowledge, andito pa rin up till this time, si Honorable Chris Alagman. Thank you for staying up till the very ultimate moment of our program tonight. So before we wrap up, or actually to wrap up the activity we had today, partner.
To formally close our ceremony this evening, ladies and gentlemen, may I call on the Deputy Director of What's Up Pinas, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jobert King and Sisa.
So, good evening to our esteemed guests, Professor Richard, Professor Shelo, and to my fellow BUenos. Salamat. a simple word, but one that carries so much weight. Today, I speak from my heart as I extend my deepest gratitude to our guest speaker, Professor Richard and Professor Shello, for sharing your valuable insight and experience about the realities of our nation as we approach another critical election. This day is not just an ordinary gathering. It is a day that will leave a lasting impact on the minds and hearts of Albayanos and beyond. It is a day to inspire and influence others to make a stand, to vote wisely, and to choose leaders who embody integrity, vision, and true spirit of public service. Let us not forget that we, as individuals, hold the power to transform our political system. The future of our nation is in our hand. It is up to us to decide whether we want a meaningful change or to remain stagnant. We must envision a future where every Filipino strive, where governance is rooted in transparency, in service, and we're not longer dwell in darkness, but move forward, guided by the light and hope. Sa gobyernong tapat, angat buhay ang lahat. It is not just a slogan. It is a call to action. It is a promise for a better tomorrow of every Filipino. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. To my core team, Kuya Josh, Ate Divian, Collar, Juvie, Ate Jam, Vince, Andre, Ate Stacy, Kot, Ron, and Glenn. And to my What's Up Pilipinas team, my heart is full of gratitude for every single of you. Words cannot fully capture your appreciation and feel for your support, efforts, dedication you pour into this, making this event possible. I will forever be grateful to each of you. To my Kuya Howard, Kuya, thank you for always believing me, for pushing me beyond my limits, and helping me discover strength I never knew I had. Your kindness and unwavering support have left an incredible mark on my heart. Lastly, to my fellow BUenos, it is up to us whether we accept the status quo or demand the change we deserve. The choice is ours, and together, we will build a future that is brighter, more inclusive, and filled with hopes. Sa muli, sa gobyernong tapat, angat buhay lahat. Maraming salamat po, and we will continue to fight for the Philippines we dream of. Thank you po.
Thank you so much. That's our Deputy Executive Director of Writers PH, Mr. Jack and Sisa.
Yes, and bago din tayo umalis, maraming salamat sa lahat ng BUenos na nagstay sa Bulwagang BUenyo. And of course, with organizations that is still present this evening.
Yes, so speaking of organizations, thank you so much for this initiative, Writers PH. Palakpakan po natin for success of this program in cooperation with Bicol University Student Council, headed by Ms. Stacy Daniel Alamares, University of the Philippines, Samasa, Simbayanihan, University of the Philippines, Alpha Phi Beta Fraternity. Maraming salamat po.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our event for today. This is What's Up Pinas, a national situationer in the 2025 elections. My name is Josh.
And I am Francia Mayboras. This has been your host for tonight, Jos Mapalus po, Saint Gabos.
Thank you so much, everyone.